Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Tuesday, February 6, 2018 Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting. We will begin this morning with a flag salute led by our County Executive Officer, Todd Leopold. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I said that. We'll now move to our consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote. Anyone may ask to address consent items prior to the board taking action, and the item may be pulled for discussion. Any board members have consent items that they wish to remove for discussion? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to have a? Good morning, come forward.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Ramona Brockman, Loomis, California, and I actually have a question and concern about consent agenda item 18B, the elections warehouse and remodel of buildings 301 and 302. So first I'd like to say that while it's positive the county will be reusing and maintaining these original DeWitt buildings.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just procedurally,
Yes.
may we make a motion on the remainder of consent, pull this, and then let
yeah,
Adam.
just- Okay, yeah, we'll move it, but we're gonna.
Yeah,
Should I-
you'll have a chance to speak.
Should I go
to
sit
it.
back down for a minute?
Or just sit right here for a second.
Yeah. All right, then, I hear a motion to approve the remaining consent items. Is there a second? All those in favor, please, it's a roll call vote, please.
Duran. Wygant. Yes. Euler.
Aye.
Holmes.
Yes. Thank you. Now, Ms. Brockman, you may come forward.
Thank you, sorry. Yes, I have a question and concerns about item 18B, the elections warehouse and the remodel of buildings 103 and 301 and 302. Again, while I believe it's very positive that the county will be reusing and maintaining these original DeWitt buildings, I would like to know more details about the project since the buildings are on the National Register. In particular, I was wondering why the service agreement wasn't attached, or at least why the staff report was not very detailed and was pretty vague, because I didn't get a sense at all of what the remodel would entail. So I'd like to know more information on that, and also would like to know information about buildings 211 and 212, since it sounds like they will be vacated and not used. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Is there someone, Ken, or do you have, yeah, okay. It's my understanding that the buildings aren't on the site. The site is on the National Historic Register. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Yes.
Steve Newsom, Deputy Director of Capital Improvements. The scope of work, I assume we want to get into the details of that. The scope of work for Building 301 is primarily a matter of some HVAC improvements, painting, finishes, and some interior storage systems. It currently, and has been for decades, a warehouse. So it's mostly an open air facility, and it will remain as such. There's no proposed modifications to the exterior other than roofing replacement, some window upgrades, and paint. So that's 301.
Sounds like normal maintenance aside from the storage addition.
Correct.
Internal.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. The intent and with the master plan is that facility will, continue to serve as a county facility indefinitely.
Okay.
And so it will be, really kind of preserved as it has been for a long time. And buildings 211 and 212, which are currently the elections warehouse spaces, will be vacated, which will really amount to removal of the furnishings and so forth that are in there, serving that and moving that over to 301. There's nothing further planned for that, those two buildings. They will be, we have a process of turning systems off and so forth, so that when a building's vacated, if a leak occurs, we've headed that off ahead of time.
Okay, fine. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the item. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is passed. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brockman, for bringing this to our attention. Now is the time for public comment. Did we just do that? No. I'm sorry. Persons may address the board on items not on this agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person, since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time period, the public comment period will be taken up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on any items addressed under public comment. Does anyone from the public wish to address the board on any item? Okay, please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Bradley Cutler. I'm a member of Granite Bay Community, and I had a couple of comments, and I have a handout for you.
Okay, just give it to the clerk. Give it to the clerk. Please proceed, sir.
It's been a month since we were last here, but as I said, my name is Bradley Cutler, and today I'd like to make a plea to the board that there be some landscaping performed for the Tree Lake Storage Facility in our neighborhood in Tree Lake Park area of Granite Bay. The packet provides footnotes and explanation and everything to back up what I have,
Okay.
with pictures and emails, et cetera. And we want to make sure that that you take a look at these, because the photographs are pretty evident of a lack of landscaping. First couple items show the intent to have landscaping, and then there's a few comments afterwards showing that none was then required to, the county said that there was none required. The third shows the landscapings were previously mandated and provided an earlier expansion at the Tree Lake facility because they put the bushes there and they had landscaping. The fourth is the 1997 approval, which showed the requirements to have the landscaping there. And the next item is the county's landscaping guidelines that said anybody applying for these should have landscaping. The sixth item is an email from Dan Dotai, and he presents a history of why no landscaping is required, and he uses the excuse that the WAPA tower overhead lines present too much of a complication for it, and of course there was no water to the site. But if that were the case, then how did they, the first 2 rounds of expansion for the project, have full landscaping underneath the power lines with water? So the seventh item is the controlling document for the project, which is the Tree Lake Village Plan Community Design Concepts and Guidelines from the original CUP back in 1987. This mandates compliance with the ideas for berms and buffers and
Go ahead.
other things. And like next 2 items are what we are stuck with in our current situation, where we have an industrial park in a residential area. The next is describes what should have been have done had it not been influenced by the commissioner and his powerfully persuasive discussions about the easements. We would have had easements for the trail, the wetlands would have been there, the plantings and the buildings would have been screened. The last point summarizes the gains from this rather minor element of landscaping that adds up into the 7 figures when you don't have to have it. And I think it is a compelling argument that says that there's a reason why you don't have why you should have landscaping, and you should follow the guidelines. So the challenge for the Board of Supervisors for you today is, do you do nothing and have no landscaping and award Mr. Moss many hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, for not doing anything? Or do you make sure that we have landscaping there and follow like the state of California, follow your laws and the guidelines by mandating that developer put a little lipstick on this pig? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I have a handout as well because, I'll give it to you. My name is Scott Vaughn. I'm also from Granite Bay, and I was going to talk about landscaping today, but something more surprising came up. And first of all, I'd just like to mention thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and I hope that you really take a minute to review this package. This project was approved and given a condition of occupancy. What I've included in the first handout is an easement agreement. We brought up no landscaping, no abandonment of the trail, no construction of the trail, and yet the county continued on and granted him a certificate of occupancy. When I went up to the county and I filed an appeal, it was rejected by county council. No reason why, just said rejected. He was given a certificate of occupancy without those items. And now you can see why. What I've included is the easement abandonment agreement that says, when you sign this agreement, 5 days later, you get a certificate of occupancy. Not you meet the requirements to get a certificate of occupancy, you get a certificate of occupancy. It's there included. Dan Dotai signed it. That led us to look at what else is missing in this huge, gargantuan commercial facility in the middle of a residentially zoned area. And so we've done some due diligence, and we found out that there is no valid business license. And people would say, that's unbelievable. This has been for 20 years. How can there not be a valid business license? Well, we've done some due diligence. We've gone to the tax assessor's office. We've gone and taken a picture of the business license at the facility. We took that number to the tax assessor's office, and they said that permit was closed on September 14th, 2017. And that there's a new application pending. We can only assume it's for the new facility since we can get no information from the county. And they said the only way you can get it is you submit a Public Records Act, which we are waiting on. So what I tell the county now is, how do you have a commercial mini storage facility improperly zoned in a residential area operating for 20 years without a valid business license? The questions I have with respect to that is, if there's an accident there and you're operating an invalid business, who is liable? Is the county liable for the losses because you're allowing this business to operate? Because the insurance company, if I was an insurance company, would say, wait a minute, I'm not going to pay for that. And the second part of this is that this is owned and operated by our planning commissioner for our district. He's supposed to know the laws and zones. This isn't just county code. This is state law. You cannot operate a business without a valid business license. And yet we know, at least since September of 2017, this facility has been operating. So I'm calling on this. One last thing. What you'll see second is a letter from our lawyer, because that's the only way we can get attention, because the county doesn't seem to want to listen to us. And it states the county codes and asks, how can you issue a building license, a business license for this facility against all zoning laws and fellow county codes? And it lists that. So I'd encourage you to look at that. The last thing I would say is, look at the documents. This is from an internal county appointed planning commissioner who is, once again, circumventing state law and requirements and operating a facility illegally zoned in a residential neighborhood without landscaping, taking out our easement, and now without a valid business license. I'm asking that you review it and you cease operations there until you're brought into compliance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
I also have, for your information, I'm Jerry Rio, Vice President of the Dutch Flat Swimming Pool Board in Dutch Flat. I'd like to read a statement concerning the Dutch Flat Swimming Pool, just so you know what's going on. It is a pleasure to speak to you, and I'd like the opportunity to give the board some perspective on this key recreational facility on the West Slope, which is the Dutch Flat Swimming Pool. The Dutch Flat Swimming Pool is one of the only primary recreational sites that we still have left between Colfax and the summit on the West Slope. This facility is one of the only remaining historical assets in our small community, still operational and still providing recreational opportunity. This facility is funded in part by a voter-approved property tax assessment on parcels located in the communities of Dutch Flat, Alta, Gold Run, Baxter's, Secret Town, Blue Canyon, and Immigrant Gap. The pool is operated on a public-private partnership with Placer County. This community has kept the pool maintained and functional thanks to the support of many residents donating hundreds of volunteer hours per year to keep it open. We greatly appreciate the continued management of the Parks Department and really couldn't survive without all the support from Andy Fisher and his staff, especially Bob Dawson. The Parks Department has just recently, for example, facilitated the replacement of our aging filter system, which was installed this fall with the county taking the lead and the pool volunteers assisting. However, currently the local tax revenue, local volunteerism, private donations, and county assistance is struggling to keep pace with the dramatically increased use by residents of Placer County communities. This does not include use by those from outside the county that now come to the pool. In the last 3 years, our records show that there has been a steady, substantial increase to users from outside the district area that has put an increased burden upon the local volunteers, not to mention adding demands on the county's resources. Based on our data analysis, more than half of the pool users are from outside of our district. This is a major democratic shift from just a few years ago. Quite simply, pool usage has outstripped our traditional support based on tax revenue, county assistance, and volunteer hours. We really hope that this brief explanation of the pool's importance to the mountain communities will be useful to the board in its future deliberations and considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate it. Anyone else? I know you're in Tahoe there. I see you there, so don't worry. I won't forget about you.
Good morning. My name is Janice Allen. I am from Forest Hill. And last year we had a measure, as I'm sure you're aware of, for our fire and emergency services. That measure didn't pass, from my understanding, some 90, 91, 92 votes. There was a lot of misunderstanding and erroneous information that I think swayed those votes. What I'm asking for is to have that put back as a vote this year, because I do believe it would pass. We would help educate the community as to what this is going to be about. One of the complaints was people did not see that there was a cap on how much it could go up per year. If that was spelled out clearly, I do believe people would vote for that. If it continues the way it is, and I believe we're shut down to one ambulance and one fire truck, if it continues, our home values are going to fall, and we will lose revenues personally, and you folks will also lose revenues over the years. So thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Janice. Anyone else in Auburn wish to address the board on public comment? Okay, anyone in the Tahoe, Kings Beach area? Oh, good morning, Ellie.
Ellie Waller, Tahoe Vista North Shore resident. I have on several occasions asked your board to consider installing public restrooms in Kings Beach now that we have satellite parking lots. The local businesses should not be burdened with having to turn people away. Possibly the county can have a complimentary proposal for restrooms during the Kings Beach Town Center redevelopment. Hoping this will be on your radar for the first half of 2018. And I'd like to personally thank you, Supervisor Holmes, for having staff answer public comment questions on agendized items that warrant an answer before your board approves or denies a project. I'm hopeful that this practice will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Kings Beach? Tahoe Basin? Oh, here we go.
It's agenda. Oh, it's agenda, sorry.
No? Alrighty then. I will close public comment. Thank you for your comments, those that commented. And now we'll go to board member and county executive reports. Any board member reports? County executive reports. Seeing none, we will now go to, the fun time. This is my great honor to present a commendation for Assistant Community Development Resource Agency Director Paul Thompson for more than 30 years of service with the County of Placer. And we have a nice commendation.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
do we want to invite Paul up here so he can defend himself?
That's what I wanted to get this in my hand first, because then I get confused. Congratulations, Paul. It's my honor, really, to present this to you.
Thank you.
This is in a matter of a commendation recognizing Paul Thompson for over 30 years of service to Placer County. Whereas Paul Thompson, a proud Eagle Scout since 1977 and resident of Placer County for 46 years, has served the great citizens of our county for more than 30 years before retiring in February 2018. And whereas Paul received a bachelor's degree in geography in 1986 and a master's degree in geography in 1994 from California State University, Chico. And whereas Paul began his career with Placer County as a lifeguard at the county's Dutch Flat Public Swimming Pool before landing a permanent position as a planning technician with the planning department in July 1988, was promoted to assistant planner in 1989, associate planner in 1990, senior planner in 1999, supervising planner in 2001, principal planner in 2005, deputy planning director in 2008, assistant director of the Community Development Resource Agency in 2013, and served as the interim agency director from April through November 2016. Whereas Paul spent countless hours driving to and from Tahoe City office to serve the community east of the Sierra Summit, including his early years as a planner, where he dedicated one of his 2 days a week assisting the public with current planning, and more recently as the assistant agency director in Tahoe City office, providing invaluable mentoring and support to the Tahoe staff. And whereas Paul's notable contributions include major planning projects such as the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan, which probably started when you first started. The single largest specific plan process that includes the single largest specific plan processed in unincorporated Placer County, the Regional University Specific Plan, a mixed-use project that includes a 600-acre private university, was the lead planner for the Thunder Valley Casino and Patterson Sand and Gravel projects, and countless other commercial and industrial projects. And whereas the sound of Paul's running footsteps, which was especially loud in the old raised floor barrack buildings, heading towards his next meeting will be greatly missed by all. And whereas Paul is most admired at Cedra for the essential leadership he provided through his unending dedication to high caliber governance, patience, citizen engagement, staff mentoring, and his love of his family that is clearly evident in his amazing support for his wife, Kitty, who with his wife, Kitty, have a combined 63 years of service to Placer County, his 4 children, and 8 grandchildren. And whereas Paul's knack for providing kind, supportive, and fair leadership has made him a beloved and highly respected assistant director, whose managers, peers, and staff will truly miss Paul for many years to come. And whereas Paul's great smile, there it is, accessibility, humble attitude, and endless enthusiasm will always be remembered as some of his best qualities. Now, therefore, let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer on behalf of the citizens of Placer County at a regular meeting held February 6th, and recognizes Assistant CEDRA Director Paul Thompson for his service to the great people of the County of Placer, and congratulates Paul on his successful career and wishes him a long and happy retirement. Congratulations. Now you'll get some comments from these guys, but you can have the floor. Thank you.
Thanks.
It seems like just yesterday when I was a lifeguard at the Dutch Flat Pool, when Fred Yeager, who was the parks director at the time, hired me, I never could have imagined then that I would be in front of your board today after an end of a 30-year career with Placer County. Thank you, Fred. I'd like to start by saying that I'm very appreciative of being able to work for such a great organization. My experiences working for Placer County have been like no other. To be able to work in Tahoe twice, to have worked on projects in the Sunset Industrial Area, Placer Vineyards, the Regional University Specific Plan, to be able to be the manager of the planning division and a manager of the Tahoe CEDRA office. Just incredible experiences and such a diverse landscape. I will miss helping people. That's the best part. Hands down, being able to help people, whether it's a staff person or a member of the public. Probably won't miss too much public speaking, though. I'll miss working with the consultants and the engineers. Most of all, I'll miss working with my Placer County colleagues, especially my CEDRA colleagues, both in Auburn and in Tahoe. The CEDRA staff are the greatest. They have a very demanding, stressful job with the public hearings, night meetings, deadlines, staff reports. They're the absolute best. Special thanks to Steve Pedretti for seeing me out, for being a great boss this past year. Wish him all the best with the agency. Mr. Leopold, congratulations on your new job. You've chosen a great county to work for. Jerry, thank you so much for your sound counsel. You and your staff are the greatest. You're always there for anything that arises. I really appreciate your support throughout the years. Finally, to your board, thank you for your efforts for helping shape the county in which my family and I live. Thank you for your support of CEDRA throughout the years. I'm eternally grateful to have been able to work for Placer County, and would say it's been an exceptional career.
All right.
A few folks in the audience, my lovely wife Kitty, my 3 oldest grandkids, and some family. My only regrets is I wish my family or my parents could have been here to see this day. I think they would have been proud.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, I'm going to turn to the dean of the board because he's probably the one that's worked with you the longest and given you reason why you have gray hair, so.
So Paul, be remiss if I didn't throw in a couple of 2 cents of my own, but going way back to the Planning Commission for 4 years and then a few more years on the board, it was just always a great pleasure working with you. You were always pleasant under difficult times, that we could always rely on that. But more than that, you always did very good work, competent work, the kind of work that even if we had a difference of opinion, we could take the bank, and that's what we up here need the most, that we can rely on the research and the objective research that you bring forward and the recommendations. So I hope you and Kitty have a great retirement. I'm sorry to see all these young people retiring so early. Starting to feel a little old myself, but
You are.
but thanks for your years of service. It's been a lot of fun working together, and we've done some great things. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
Supervisor Euler.
Well, as an Eagle Scout, you know that the Scout slogan commands us to do a good turn daily. And as you know, I like running numbers. And so I look at approximately 30 years of good turns, divide that by the number of hours in a workday and the number of work days over the year, and that means that, Paul, you have undoubtedly committed in your line of work at least 7,500 good turns. I'm sure you did at least. Thank you.
Did you have any comments? No.
Projects, especially in the southern part of the county. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Paul, I think it was well stated in the commendation about how you're regarded within your peers and with this county, and you have a very kind way of doing business, very patient, and it's always been really, really respected. So I want to thank you and wish you the best in your retirement. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
All righty. How's this ring? Jerry, how's this ring? How's this ring? I think there was kids. All righty, we will thank you all for coming and honoring Paul. We appreciate your presence. We'll now move to our 9:10 timed item. This is a proclamation recognizing February 2018 as Grand Jury Awareness Month, and I have a proclamation stating so. Is there a representative from the grand jury? Probably in session. Oh, there we go, Jerry.
Good morning. I came here to support the current members of the grand jury. I'm a former member of the grand jury, a member of the Placer County Grand Jury Association, but they were scheduled for 9:10 and they had to be back.
Okay.
The grand jury's in session, so they asked me if I'd step up here and accept on behalf of the grand jury.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
So I will go ahead and read this. In a matter of a proclamation recognizing February 2018 as Grand Jury Awareness Month in Placer County. Whereas every year in each of California's 58 counties, 19 ordinary citizens take an oath to voluntarily serve a term of 1 year as grand jurors. And whereas grand juries have been in existence since the adoption of California's original constitution in 1849-1850, and whereas grand juries conduct their investigations under the auspices of the Superior Court of California and have broad access to public officials, employees, records, and information. One of the most important functions of a grand jury is to review the operations of the officers, departments, and agencies of local government. And whereas grand juries are charged with investigating and reporting on local government operations to assure that their responsibilities are being fulfilled legally, efficiently, honestly, and in the best interest of the public. Grand juries serve as a watchdog authority and are well-suited to the effective investigation of local governments because they are independent bodies, operationally separate from the entities and officials they investigate. Whereas the grand jury's fact-finding efforts result in reports that identify specific problems and offer specific recommendations aimed at improving government operations and enhancing responsiveness. And whereas the hard work done by grand juries has a great effect on our communities and makes California a better place to live, and whereas the reward of being a grand juror is the satisfaction received from working with fellow residents and community members to improve local government for all, and whereas it is appropriate to recognize these efforts of those jurors, both past and present, who have volunteered their time and service to the Placer County Grand Jury. Now therefore let it be proclaimed that above proclamation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer on February 6, 2018, proclaiming a month of February 2018 as Grand Jury Awareness Month. So I'll bring this down to you. Thank you.
If there are other members or former members of the grand jury, would you come up here? I wasn't, didn't come on my own. I know there's at least a couple others here.
Okay, good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we'll have a photo. Thank you. Here, I'll give this to you as you're the spokesperson.
Turn in here.
Sorry, no standing ovation for this one.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Are you going here?
Alrighty, now we'll move to our 9:15 a.m. timed item, Public Works and Facilities, Kings Beach Center, 16 parcels on North Lake Boulevard and Salmon Avenue in Kings Beach, purchase and sale agreement. Before you start, I just want to let everyone know that Supervisor Montgomery is ill. She was very sick yesterday and was going to try to make it here today, but she just won't be able to be here, so just wanted to let you know that first. Okay, go ahead.
Great. Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name's Ken Gremlin, Department of Public Works and Facilities. Today, we're asking you to approve a purchase and sale agreement with the Kings Beach Center LLC in an amount of $3 million. I wish I could say today that, we've met our goal and we're all done here today, but really this is just the beginning. It's the beginning of the next part of developing a quality project, which is the ultimate goal for our efforts here today. But joining me today, we have Jennifer Merchant from the County Executive Office, Paul Griffith from Economic Development, Eric Findley from Public Works and Facilities. Definitely a team effort trying to bring this project forward for your board's consideration for the next step in the process. We also have here today Craig Clark, who's right here behind us, and he is representing the buyers here, the buyers group today. I'm gonna grab this. And so first off, this is the property that we're talking about. The orange red there in the photo in the upper left is the property in question. It's located on State Route 28 between Coon Streets and Fox Street in downtown Kings Beach. Represents an aggregation of parcels that has occurred over time, really giving us this opportunity for a larger mixed-use project on the site. This shows just the current property, some photos of how it looks. Really a mix of aged, commercial, residential, and vacant parcels. Time for revitalization, which is what this project is all about. So the ultimate goal is really came out of the community visioning process that's been occurring, over the last quite a few years, culminated in the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. In fact, this is part of that, was the concept that was actually in the area plan that was approved, or from a programmatic level anyway. A high-quality, mixed-use development, lodging, retail, office, and including some civic uses. That is what we're trying to bring to downtown Kings Beach. And again, this concept was analyzed in the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. So a little bit, long time in the making, lots of things going on to get us to this point in time today, this one first milestone. Really, 2002 had begun with the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project, where your board talked about making a $40 million investment in public infrastructure intended to stimulate private investment to revitalize Kings Beach. That moved forward to BBLLC, who acquired the property and began aggregating the properties back in the 2006, 2007, 2008 timeframe. At that time, we supported the project as a community enhancement project for TRPA. That was because we recognized this project was more than just a regular development project. It really could be a community enhancement and an anchor for what could come in Kings Beach. The owner attempted to approve a project on that site. That project eventually did not get approved. And so during this time, the community worked forward even further with a visioning process. What do we want to see in Kings Beach? Fed into the area plan, which brought us that mixed-use project we showed just a slide earlier. Lots of public discussion to get us to that point. With the dissolution of redevelopment, or the redevelopment agency, I should say, there were a series of actions, and the property eventually became under county ownership. Along this way, we decided, hey, we needed to find a developer, someone we could partner with who could help us develop this site in accordance with the vision that the community developed for that site. In April of 2016, we released a request for information or a request for interest to identify potential developers. For that process, we had 2 respondents. At that point, neither of them was really focused on this grander vision of this lodging, mixed-use type of project. But at that time, we were authorized to begin negotiation with La Lima Partners for several of the parcels, not the entire site, but a few of the sites, or a few of the parcels, excuse me. Later that same year, you guys approved the Tahoe Basin Area Plan that really settled on that site plan or that concept for downtown Kings Beach. So along this time with La Lima, discussions continued. I think part of the issue, we didn't go forward very far, differing visions for what that site could become, and even a questioning of whether a hotel was really viable within Kings Beach came up. So at that time, we retained Jones, Lang, and LaSalle. We know them as JLL, a very prominent commercial brokerage consulting firm, to take a look and give us a strategic assessment of that site. What could that site be used for? At that time, right after we did that, we provided an update to the North Tahoe Business Association, and we also gave an update at an open house that occurred in June of 2017. In July of 2017, the JLL report came out. In that report, it became obvious that a hotel was viable. In fact, I think their findings were even that it might even be the best use of the property there in downtown Kings Beach. They also at that time suggested a value of somewhere between $2.3 to $3.5 million for the property, depending on the cost of development, how hard it would be to get that project approved. But ultimately, it validated the community's vision for that parcel. We can do lodging, we can do this mixed-use type of development. Along the way, and actually ever since we did the RFI, we actually had some prominent signage in the community, really trying to generate interest for the project because we weren't generating a lot of interest. It did lead to various inquiries on the property. Most of those didn't go anywhere, but that signage is still there, letting people know, hey, we're interested, this site is available. In August of 2017, of last year, we received our first inquiry from Clark Enterprises, showing some interest in the project, asking some questions. The following month, the JLL report was shared with the community at the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council meeting, as well as the North Tahoe Business Association meeting. In October, we received a letter of intent from Clark Enterprises and their partner. That same time, Clark met with some of the local professionals, trying to determine, because they knew they needed some local talented people to work with on this project, and that kind of went on during that same time. In November, we were authorized to begin negotiations with Clark Enterprises. By mid-December, we already had a draft agreement put into place, and we were finalizing the agreement, which ended up taking place in early January. But just before Christmas, in fact, December 21st, we did receive another unsolicited offer from the Kaplan Group regarding the project. The Kaplan Group had submitted on the initial RFI process, and this was a new proposal that they were putting forward. At that time, we did not consider it since we were in good faith negotiations with Clark Enterprises. And so we were almost completed, and we really didn't take a look and seriously give that consideration, although we did give it a quick evaluation, and we're going to talk about that when we talk about the deal points in just a moment. And that brings us here today, looking to do the purchase and sale agreement for the property. So, who is the buyer? It's a co-managed group between Calthea Group Hotels and Clark Enterprises. They are experienced in hotel and commercial developments. They have 19 hotels currently owned and operated by the group. They have 5 hotels in various forms of development. They've, over their 30-year career, 15 retail and mixed-use projects successfully delivered. They're also assembling local professionals, since they know that they will have a better team with local knowledge along with their knowledge to bring forth a successful project. So just talking about a little bit of the ownership group's background and some of their successes. One, Liberty Station Marketplace, a large base reuse project in San Diego. That project, they weren't the master developers. That's a very huge project. They did one of the projects within the larger project. In fact, it was the marketplace, a Trader Joe retail center. You can see the picture here on the left-hand side, kind of a Spanish Mission kind of styling for that project. Another project called Pivot Point. It's really the Yuma Riverfront in Yuma, Arizona. A mixed-use hotel. They were the master developer. Hotel, conference center, still some work being done on some high-end residential as well as some office space, but a huge project that they actually worked through before and through the Great Recession. In fact, we've talked to the executive director in charge of that area, that historic riverfront area, and they're very pleased with their relationship and their continued work with Clark Enterprises. Now, I did receive some anonymous information. I shared that with your board. Not quite sure exactly what some of that information was trying to suggest, but I definitely wanted to make sure that your board had it, want to make sure we talk about it so that everybody has the same information going forward. Really, 4 projects were brought up in that information that was provided. One was on the Pivot Point, Yuma Riverfront Project, or Yuma Riverfront Project. I think everything we found out, a very successful mixed-use project. Again, 2 hotels, conference center, and some associated type of development. Again, we talked with the executive director. They're very pleased with the relationship they had and are having with Clark Enterprises. The next one is Liberty Station, or that they brought up was Liberty Station. I mentioned that. There's a photo of the Trader Joe kind of center there. For all practical purposes, a successful and completed project. They also mentioned an Escondido Hotel. Clark was chosen to develop a hotel on a city-owned parcel. They won it out over several other competitors to develop a hotel on a city-owned parcel. That project was entitled, and at the end, the city council chose to go in a different direction and not develop a hotel on that parcel. They're going somewhere else. I think Clark did their portion. Unfortunately, they decided to go in a different direction. And then the last project, wasn't even a project, it was actually, Clark was a minor interest holder in a Best Western Hotel in the San Diego area. That was not a project, it was just an asset that was owned. My understanding is they did go through a Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceeding. They paid off their creditors, went through that process, and eventually got their ownership, and they ended up later selling it off to, another group that's mentioned in the article that was provided. So all in all, I think everything we found out, won't say nothing's ever perfect, but a very capable, competent, and experienced group. But we also realize none of these have any Tahoe background. And that's why they are assembling a team with local professionals to provide some of the local talent they need to mesh with their experience to create a high-quality project. They're working with Williams and Padden, who is here in Placer County, has experience not just in Placer County, not just in Tahoe, but actually on that site. They did work with the previous owner developing some of the site concepts. You can see a couple of those conceptuals up here on the screen. Also teaming up with Arbach Engineering because of their knowledge of TRPA and the development process. They realize they need that decades of experience in Arbach Engineering. I think they're still looking at finding a local land use person who can help them through some of the land use issues that might come out, and they'll be assembling that as time goes on. So what is the project? The project really is this community vision as was stated in the area plan. It's about a hotel, 80 to 150 rooms, depending on what we can fit on the site, 10 to 40 residential condominiums, about 15,000 square foot of retail, and then 2,000 square feet that could be made available for perhaps community space. We've talked about a library. Time will tell what might be a good use for that site. But a total mixed-use facility that can be very much an enhancement for the Kings Beach community. So what is the actual sale, the purchase and sale agreement we're talking about today? What are the key points? Well, first and foremost, the purchase price, we're talking about $3 million. Second, the buyer is to fund the entire project entitlement environmental review process. They're going to do that with their own money at their own risk. The intent is if we will close escrow if the project receives all of its necessary project approvals. If it doesn't, we wouldn't close escrow. But in case something happens, we also have a reversion right for the county that if escrow closes and the project's not commenced within 3 years, then we have the right to buy that back for the same price that they paid for it, the $3 million. Seems like a pretty fair, straightforward type of an agreement. There are some things about who handles relocation, some joint handling of relocations of existing tenants. There's also some deposits that have put down, but those are minor portions of the agreement. And I think probably at this point, although we haven't dealt and haven't negotiated with the alternative offer that came in, but there's been so much discussion about it in the community and elsewhere, I think we have to at least bring it out and let folks know kind of what our initial thoughts were. Need everyone to understand we haven't negotiated this. This is just taking the face value of the offer as it was put forward. So as I understand it, this alternative offer talks about $1.5 million, they'll close escrow, gain control of the property. And then we can get up to, and there's a key, up to another $1.5 million if and when the project gets all of its necessary approvals. In addition to that, we would pay a county that would be asked to pay a broker commission to the broker that is helping put together the deal. So in the end, the purchase price theoretically could get close to the $3 million, but it can't get to the $3 million. And it all depends on that up to number. What are the contingencies associated with that? We could not find that in the offer. But the real concern I kind of have with that kind of offer is that in this case, the buyer in this alternative offer would buy the property for $1.5 million. And if the project's successful, great, we'd get up to $3.0 million. But if it is not successful, it appears that the buyer then gets the property for $1.5 million, in which then they can go choose and move forward how they wish to develop another project or do something else with the property. They would have it for $1.5 million. On the face of it, it appears to me that is more of a, in that offer, that buyer can make money even if the project fails because they'll secure our property for $1.5 million. Not sure that's a good position for us to ever be in. I want to make sure we are aligned with our partners. If we win, they win. If we lose, they lose. I think that's the best recipe for success. I contrast that with the Clark offer. Clark is going to put forward the money to entitle this project, likely to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. If the project doesn't get approved, they lose that money. We all go on our own merry way, but they lose that money. They are motivated to see the project through and to have it be approved and be successful. I think that's the proper alignment, what we want in our partner on this project. So what are the next steps? I I think I mentioned I started with this. I wish this was the end of the goal and we were there, but it is not. It is just the beginning. This is the part of the process where we're normally, just after this is when we start getting information in, developing the project, developing the idea, talking with the community, diving into the public engagement process, the environmental review process, preparing the project application. We will be going through all the NITRAC meetings, all the business association meetings, the planning commission, the board of supervisors, TRPA, probably focus group meetings with certain folks that we'll need to meet with to talk about it, various stakeholders. That all is going to happen. That's going to begin assuming your board approves the project or approves the purchase and sale agreement today. There's no guarantee that a project gets approved or completed. We believe this is our best position to get a project approved and built, but it is not a guarantee. So we're asking your board to approve the purchase and sale agreement today. We believe, again, that we have a competent, capable, experienced group, and we have a good agreement to go along with that aligns our interests so that we are together on this project, win-win, lose-lose, we're in the same boat. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions you have and to listen to public testimony.
All righty, thank you. Are there questions before I open up the public hearing? Any questions? Supervisor Euler.
Ken, excuse me, looking at your timeline, I believe the last page of the timeline, it indicates that on October 13th of 2017, we received the letter of intent. Were terms included in that letter?
There were terms. The basic sale price was included in there. There were other terms that we brought forward and which the eventual agreement still holds to.
Okay. 2 months later, a little over 2 months later, we received the second offer, the unsolicited offer. Were the terms that were included in the letter of intent received by us on October 13th, were those known to people by the time we received the second unsolicited offer?
I would say they would not have been, other than a select group of people that perhaps Clark had talked to in the community, but as the general public, they would not have known those terms at that time.
Okay. So our board authorized you to negotiate purchase and sale terms in November.
Correct.
Okay. And then a month later, we get the second offer.
Correct.
And my characterization, not yours, but, $3 million is too big a number for me to think of. So let's take this down to a normal transaction. I'm selling my house. And you come to me and you say, I'll give you $500,000 for your house. Okay, fine. And Ms. Merchant, being very savvy, comes and says, tell you what, I'll give you $250,000 for your house. I'm going to knock down this wall, put in a pool, do all these other things, and at the completion of doing all that, I'll give you the other $250,000. Oh, by the way, if I don't actually finish knocking down the wall, put in the pool, and doing all those other things, I then get to take the property, resell the property, and get the benefit of any markup over that $250,000 that I just paid you for your house. Is that rough and dirty kind of what we're talking about here? Brought down to a...
I don't want to put the intent of the alternative offer
I'm not
and try to
implying
judge that, but it
intent.
appears that is exactly what can happen with the $1.5 million. The second $1.5 million is not guaranteed. It is unclear what the terms of that $1.5 million are. It's up to. And so it definitely leaves room for the property being sold for $1.5 million.
And in the first offer, even though they're saying, we're not going to close escrow and pay you until after entitlements have been secured, we have no risk of actually losing the property until after entitlements have been secured. And a lot of money will have been spent preparing the way for some future project to be entitled on that site, consistent with the plan that the board has been working on since we went and sunk tens of millions of dollars in infrastructure into Kings Beach.
Correct, but a little slight. The contingency for getting the entitlements are really the buyer's contingency,
Right.
because he wants that. Theoretically, he could waive that and buy it for $3 million.
Understood.
But otherwise, absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Oh, Supervisor Wygant.
I think this question has already been asked and answered, but just to make sure, the proposal with the recommendation is perfectly consistent with the county's community plan, et cetera, correct?
Yes, and in fact, it is the basis for the agreement.
Yeah, Ken, how extensive was the diligence that was performed on this particular vendor?
On Clark?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've talked with them, we've made calls to some of the people they've worked with, we obviously have looked at some of the projects, we've actually heard of some of the projects, even because they're quite prominent types of projects, so we knew about what those projects are. Do we know the whole 30-year history? It's so extensive, I can't say I know everything about what Clark and Calpathia have done over the last, over that entire period. But enough to know they've done it well, they've done it often, and at least the people we've talked to like the result afterwards, which is always a nice thing, because sometimes you get a project done and you make a lot of enemies along the way. It appears that, in this case, like the Yuma Riverfront project, actually after most of it's done, they still like them.
And we do this type of diligence for any deal that we get into. We call, do background, make phone calls to prior business associates, to prior governments, if they've worked with governments, those kinds of things.
Anything that we would be looking to hire, we would want to do that type of background check on everyone. I want to be clear, we did not do the same thing for this alternative offer, because, again, in our good faith with the current proposer, we were working with them.
Right. No, the thing that concerns me is, I'm not sure if you remember this, but I know the city of Roseville got in bed with a guy named Abe Alzada. Represented himself as being this big master of development and projects and all these kinds of things, and turns out he was a fraud, probably the biggest fraud in Northern California. And it kind of, in my opinion, this project isn't one of those things that we're so desperate to go after economic development that we're going to sign up with any Tom, Dick, and Harry that comes in the door. And I don't think we ever have. We've never had an Abe Alzada situation at the county that I can think of. We haven't had businesses go bust. We've had to replace some people, but I don't think we've had those kinds of challenges happen in the county. So that's my biggest concern, is whoever we get in in a relationship with, that they have the means and the ability to get the project done, either with their own money or somebody else's money. So thank you.
All right, good. Alrighty then, hearing no more comments from the board, I will open up the public hearing. Who wants to go? Is there the proponent want to come forward, or should we take the public testimony first?
Say a few words, or just? If perhaps our potential buyer could say just a couple words first, just introduce himself to everyone, I think that'd be
All right,
great.
thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, gentlemen and lady who's absent. Hopefully she's able to listen in and hear. Have only met one of the supervisors before this day. I've had a long time association with the City of Auburn and Placer County. My mother and father lived here for many years. My sister, who is here, has lived here for many years, Kay McCrary. My wife, who I've known since church camp when I was 14, she was 13. She's here. And I would like to respond only to one thing that's been said. I'm no fraud, not even close. I'm not perfect, that I promise. But I work hard and I never give up and I stay with it. We're excited about this, actually. I've been doing projects in Yuma. What most everybody should be worried about after the anonymous mailing, what have you done since? Because that's the hard part. Anytime you have to give a property back, you got a real rough sled to go ahead. I've got great partners. Former chairman of Fieldstone is a partner. Mike Cathia has done about 25 different hotels and building 6. Very strong financially. He's got very strong financial partners. We feel the projects that I'm in right now, that I'm still partners in, is Liberty Station, which you saw a picture of. Lane Field, the old San Diego ballpark, that I'm partners with Portman, Hensel Phelps, and Rob Langford in 800 hotel rooms, half of which are open. The other half, they'll be finished at the end of this year. And then a 700 room proposed hotel with Robert Greene, and he and I are doing several projects together. So we're able, my son and I have developed a 88,000 square foot shopping center 3 years ago in Yuma City. I'm under contract with Smart & Final to do a brand new Smart & Final store in Yuma at 1st and 16th Street. So I'm capable. I can get it done. So that's the main thing that I wanted to respond to, so I don't get put in any one of those categories.
And I appreciate that very much. Okay. And I meant no offense to you personally, but I just wanted to illustrate the problems that can happen.
Oh, yeah.
That have happened, in the city that I live in, when you go after deals that look, much better than they actually are. I've actually been to your Liberty Place down in San Diego. It was a very nice, nice place. Yes.
Yeah.
Supervisor Euler.
Yes, sorry we haven't had the opportunity to meet, but if you would please, just for the public record, introduce yourself to all of us now.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I said that. It's Craig Clark. My company is CW Clark, Inc. The partnership is with Mike Cathia. Mike Cathia and I, ironically, he and I bought the Hilton Garden Inn Hotel and Conference Center together after I didn't have it. And then he recently bought me out of that, and he's doing a second hotel next door. And so he and I are doing 3 hotels, one in Carson City, Nevada, one we hope here at Kings Beach, and then we've got another we're doing with Westfield in San Diego in one of their regional malls. So we wouldn't even be talking to them if we weren't capable of pulling it off.
Thank you. Any other comments? All righty.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark. Now, this is a public hearing. I think, did I open it? Yeah. So we'll take testimony from anyone in the public. Is there anyone in Auburn that wants to discuss this with the board? Seeing none, I'm looking to Kings Beach. As their morning, Jim.
Well, morning. Thanks for having me speak. My name's Jim Kaplan. I was, I guess, one of the 2 respondents back in 2016. My company started in 1992. We've been redeveloping derelict and neglected properties since then. And sorry, it's a little confusing to look at yourself when it's delayed. So I'll just look down. So since 1992, we've been developing different properties, commercial properties, and been very successful at it. I still own the majority of them. And we started this process back in 2016, assembled a local team that has vast experience on developing within the Lake Tahoe Basin, and they've actually won awards for that. So we're very confident on what we're doing. I'm really concerned with the process. So back in 2016, according to that timeline, which I think is flawed in many ways, but one thing that may or may not be accurate was that there were 2 respondents. We were supposedly the second respondent after La Lima. It seemed like there was no due diligence done on La Lima, and there was about 9 months that took place between when you started discussing with La Lima and then when you gave up that process. And typically when I'm involved with these, it goes back to the second respondent or bidder, however you want to say it. So I'm really concerned with the process and frustrated with it. There was a tremendous expense by Placer County to find respondents for that RFI, and in turn we spent a lot of money and time to submit our offer on that. And we were really never followed up with. So, and getting to our newer offer, that was certainly flawed. It seemed like, Ken, you must be on the Clark team to be saying all these glowing things and putting down our offer. Our offer was for $3 million, and it was going to be closing in 3 months, and then we were going to go through with the process of getting the entitlements and everything like that. With the Clark offer, you are waiting 2 to 3 years before you get the money, and in hopes of them getting the entitlements. With ours, we were making the initial commitment of the money and then paying out on what was finally determined. And we had hard money up. We had more than $25,000 proposed. So I think you miscategorized our offer. And I think you misrepresented that. And I'm just really concerned with your glowing way that you're marketing this Clark offer. It's very concerning. I'm really concerned with the process and how it wasn't followed. Why would you spend all this time and effort on an RFI and then not determine whether the respondents are capable and willing to do it and have the means to do it? We put together an inch-thick RFI response. It included all our financials and all our past history and experience. From what I've seen from the public records requests, the Clark Group hasn't done any of that. I don't know if you've requested their financials or not, and it sounds like the only reason you started to do due diligence with them was because of some anonymous something that you got. So it seems strange that you wouldn't do due diligence. Like, there was no due diligence done on the La Lima group either, and you just jumped in with them as well. So it seems sort of a backward process what's happening here. And when we presented back in 2016, we had a site plan as well as elevations. And with this new offer that we put in a site plan and elevations that actually replicated the community vision plan as well as the JLL study. So it just seems strange how you're miscategorizing everything. About 9 months was wasted while you were going back and forth with La Lima, and I brought these issues up with the staff there that, you know, maybe you should look at do some due diligence on them, and I think they finally did that after 9 months. So I'm just concerned for Kings Beach that the same thing is going to be happening. I don't understand why there's such a rush to get into this situation. Why would you not have the community involved in it? And why would you not do this type of due diligence that's customary in real estate transactions, where you find out who you're buying it from, who you're selling it to make sure they can complete what they say they can complete, and they also have the financial means, and they have the experience. Maybe you've done that, but you didn't say you did that until you got this anonymous package or whatever it was. So I would ask the board to get the community involved and delay the vote. And maybe Clark's the best respondent there is, and potential. That very well may be, but there's no reason to rush into it at this point. So I would ask you to delay what you're voting on and get community input and do some more due diligence. Thank you.
Mr. Kaplan, the board takes exception to your comments about Ken Grimm. He happens to be one of the most respected people that work for Placer County, and not only through Placer County, but all the cities and every jurisdiction he works for. So I would caution you to refrain from characterizing him in that position.
It was just my observation. I don't know him. I've never met him, so he's probably a great guy. But it just seemed like he was on the marketing team for them. That's all I was saying.
I know what you're saying. Okay, Supervisor,
thank you.
Do you have a comment?
Yes, I did. Ken, tell me a little bit about the sequencing of this. We sent out an RFP. Nothing happened, or we got RFPs and they weren't sufficient. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then we got the offer from the CW Clark Group, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that was the only offer that was sitting around for a while.
Absolutely correct. We had nothing 6
We had
months ago.
nothing, and then we got another one. And when you compare both deals, one absolutely has more, I would think, just on the face of it, has more risk for the county than the other. Is that consistent?
I want to be careful characterizing the Kaplan offer, but it appears from the face of it, this 1.5 and then up to 1.5, the whole intent of that is to put risk of some sort onto the county.
Yeah, and part of the decisions that we make at the Board of Supervisors is we've got a public resource. We're using, money for TDUs and these kinds of things that are going to go into this project. And I think from anybody's standpoint, we want to keep the unlike other jurisdictions, we want to keep our risk as low as possible. And that does place a lot of risk on C.W. Clark in order to provide them the opportunity to move forward. Like you said, I think they have they have skin in the game, if you will. And I'm getting a lot of inconsistencies here. He wants us to be really quick. They're going to close the deal really quick, and now he wants us to be slow. It's just not making a whole lot of sense to me. And I love the fact that we get stuff like this. I mean, that's what really true transparency fosters, is that you get things like this and you follow up on them. So that's another thing. So what, we're not supposed to follow up on stuff like this if we get it? I'm sorry, but I'm just not getting it. So thank you.
Okay. Is there any more public comment? Good morning again.
Good morning, Ellie Waller, North Lake Tahoe resident, District 5. I'm sorry, Supervisor Montgomery has the flu today. With all due respect, this should be tabled. The constituents here are owed her opinions and comments on this. It's our area. With that said, I'll go forward with my comments. I have a couple questions. The redevelopment funds expended to purchase these parcels is the community as well as Placer County tax dollars. How is the deficit of the $7 million being written off on the 16 parcels? Is there a successor agency deadline that must be met on these parcels? The Long-Range Property Management Oversight Committee meetings of February 2014, May, and December 2014 do not recognize any deadlines. I don't know if there are any. It would be good to know that. With that said, I have a few comments. The public should be provided adequate information in the staff reports. We can provide meaningful comments. The staff report frankly lacks detailed information and criteria allowing the public to thoughtfully comment on the RFI process as well as the proposed development team. It may not be necessary to provide these detailed information to the public, but wouldn't it make for a more transparent and community-driven process to have us involved? I'd like to know how this process is supposed to work. I came from aerospace. We had an RFI, request for information, that always was followed with request for proposal, which is more detailed information. I suggest the board recommend to staff a more definitive process. We don't want another BBLLC debacle. I thought it was interesting to see the renderings that noted BBLLC. Frankly, I would like to see this developer's, not BBLLC's design. The RFI information provides a description of the process, or excuse me, the property, a conceptual vision, and so on. In the RFI criteria, submittal overview and content 11.0, letter of introduction. I received that yesterday after requesting for public records. Section 11.3, team members, a description of team members proposed for the role. 11.4, relevant project experience in Northern California. I would like to know who, besides local architects, which are essential, are contracted team members with Clark, not just stated, visited, contracted with. Project approach, a general summary of the team's project vision and approach. This is 11.5 in the RFI. Staff should have included the summary information for design approvals and financing for comment. 11.6, 11.8, finance reference litigation history should have been provided in the report, not to have to be a public information request. Lastly, another question. Does Placer County still have plans for a government center, possibly at the eastern gate of this project, which was the original plan years ago? There was a 24,000 square foot government center. Where are those funds reallocated to? Are they in Tahoe Basin? I know that 2 buildings were purchased, the AAA in Tahoe Vista and the Tahoe City Starbucks building, which we're standing in today. If this is just temporary, I'd like to know, and is the government center still on the table? Thanks for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you. Ken, could you answer the $6 million question? She said something about $7 million.
All right, so I think what Mrs. Wall was talking about had to do with those, there were notes bought up. I'm not even fully aware how it went, but the redevelopment agency helped secure notes from BBLLC. It's how we acquired them when they were either went bankrupt or foreclosed. I'm not even sure exactly which one they went through. So we bought those up, and I believe it was in the neighborhood of $6-7 million. We, through the JLL report, we have determined that the property is not worth that. Right. Somewhere between 2.3, 3.5, depending on the cost of development, is what it's worth. When we sell it, we will have obligations to our taxing entities, because redevelopment, when it was dissolved, the money that the value of those assets would go back to taxing entities, and we will have, let's see, this is getting very complicated, is it not? I apologize.
That's right.
In the end, the net proceeds will go back to the taxing entities, and I'll leave it at that.
Alrighty. And then is there a deadline for the successor agency to do?
I am not aware of a drop deadline. The intent with the dissolution was to get rid of the parcels. You were supposed to make good faith efforts to do so, but I am not aware of a drop deadline.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Eller had several comments. I don't know if you were able to keep up with any. Is there any of them that you had an answer for now?
I'd like to maybe bring one up, because there was talk, I think she brought up some facts about, hey, where are some of the design concepts and all of that? I want to make sure it's clear. This was not a request for proposals. This was a request for interest information. Right. The intent was to find a developer, because it was hard enough to find someone just to come up to say, are you interested? Do you want to join and become partners with us? That is what the process kind of was entailed. It did not involve a detailed proposal. That's the next step. That's what begins, if your board were to approve it today, that's the process that begins tomorrow.
So the questions that Ms. Eller asked will be answered during that process?
Absolutely. This is just the beginning.
Okay, very good. Alrighty. Anyone else in Tahoe, Kings Beach area wish to address the board? Please come forward.
Hi. Good to see you guys. Alex Min, Tahoe City, Kings Beach. I have a couple hats to wear on this project. I am part of the Kaplan Group. On the real estate side, I did draft the offer, but I am also a member of this community. Mr. Graham, I appreciate that you've had time to review C.W. Clark's offer, and it's a shame that you haven't had more time to review ours. You did say you haven't really looked at it, but you were able to at least extrapolate some negative points and paint them in that light. So first off, I want to correct those. Mr. Kaplan's offer is all cash, 60-day close, $1.5 million now. After close, the additional $1.5 million is deposited upon approval and all entitlements and everything else to keep you guys motivated, and let's all work together and do this project together. 60-day close, all cash. C.W. Clark, 365 days with a $25,000 deposit. Supervisor Euler, let's talk about selling your $500,000 home. Could you even buy a $150,000 home with a $25,000 deposit? You cannot. You need at least 20%. So that's a 365-day close with a guaranteed 120-day extension. So let's call it now 485 days with I believe it's a $50,000 deposit at that point. Still refundable, a portion of it. You want to talk about $1.5 million up to, there is nothing we're hiding there. It's $1.5 million upon all approvals and everything else. Sure, there can be some negotiations in between, but at the end of the day, it's a $3 million offer. I look at a 485-day escrow with a very minimal deposit. It seems very, let's just say it seems like it could be a very clear option for them to beat you guys up at the 364-day mark for a $500,000 reduction, $1 million reduction, who knows? After 364 days, a lot can happen. So I appreciate that you have an offer from Clark. I think that's great. You also have an offer from a local developer. That's great too. I'm not here to talk about this offer versus the other. I think right now what needs to happen is you not delay, but deny the contract right now. Let's go back. Let's look at everything together and come up with a good solution. So that way when we're moving forward, we can all be behind this together. Let me switch hats now to a taxpayer, a homeowner, a father. My 2 children are in the Kings Beach Elementary School program. I'm very sensitive to this because I've seen Kings Beach, one of the most beautiful places on planet Earth, and here we are stuck with developments gone awry, empty promises. That's to the east and the west of us, Calneva, La Lima. It just goes on and on and on, and yet we're still sitting here with boarded up lakefront properties and fenced off properties, convention center leases that go south immediately. It's getting a little crazy. Yeah. And that's why I'm urging you as a parent, and with 625 other people, that's just of this morning, who have signed the petition, to not delay the purchase. Let's just stop it right now. Just if what's on your agenda is to approve or disapprove, then disapprove for now. Mr. Clark, you seem like a very nice fella. You've got a great track record. You've got some dirty laundry, but don't we all? If you really have faith in Kings Beach and your project and your product, then bring it to us, the public, and put it up against our opinion and let us decide. I've been told in a roundabout way by staff that we, the public, are being involved. We are being asked our opinion, and then I'm being told it's through our 3 minutes of open comment. That's not our opinion. It's just not. So I'm urging and begging you to stall, or deny for now. Get all the offers on the table. Everybody sit down together. Bring them to Kings Beach. Bring them to the public. We had to fight and kick to get purchase contracts from Clark. Renderings, things like that. I can't imagine Clark doesn't have those already. How can we choose? The most important decision is the first one. Who's going to be the developer? You've completely surpassed us. You've completely surpassed the community and are choosing a developer. Why aren't we a part of that choice? Shouldn't we be allowed to vet them ourselves? I'm sure you have a great vetting process, and I'm sure you do. But why are we not being involved as a community? Shouldn't we be allowed to see, here's what Clark is proposing, here is what Kaplan is proposing. Hey guys, what do you like? What don't you like? Maybe we should counter both. Maybe we should see if a collaboration between, who knows? But the moment you shut down and go with one developer, we're stuck. That's it. We're there. And 485-day escrow. Let's move this thing along a little faster, but let's not rush into bed with somebody that may not have our best interests aligned. I'm not saying you don't, but I certainly would like to see it, what you want to build in the heart of my town that I walk past every day to take my kids to school. Mr. Duran, Supervisor Duran, you make some great points. Getting into bed with somebody, that's the first decision. And if you make that for us now, then we as the residents here are stuck with that decision for at least 485 days. Can we please have a say-so in that? Can we please talk about it? Can you please show us what those plans are, what everything, where are we going with this? Because your decision, Kings Beach has the sky to grow. The sky is the limit. If you bring in the wrong developer, which may be Mr. Kaplan at the end of the day, we don't know because you haven't sat down with us. You're going to put a ceiling on us instead of allowing us room to grow. So please don't do that. And you know, there's 625, like I said, people who have signed this petition as of this morning. I'm sure that's growing. We're hoping to get to 1,000 here pretty quick. We're also asking that you request that county staff demonstrate how they've engaged community members in the selection process. We request that county staff describe how they plan to generate community support for the proposed developer and the properties they put forth. So that way we can all be behind it. I don't want to be fighting this later. I'd rather be behind it, pushing it.
All right, thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Next, please.
Good morning, Megan Chalimi. I'm a Kings Beach resident. I've been a member of NETRAC for 9 years, so I'm the grandmother of NETRAC. Been involved with the community plan, Kings Beach improvement program. My husband spent 3 years on the area plan. I just retired in October from a firm in Incline Village, which was real estate development. We worked multi-million-dollar projects, and I really learned there and would like to stress the importance of community involvement and also the due diligence process. This project has significant impact upon Kings Beach and its future for the next 10, 20, 30 years. It's something that has to be completely vetted. And I wish to express my concern about the project and the importance of due diligence. And as a member of NETRAC, I would, and seat one of the 3 Kings Beach representatives, I'd like to see this brought to the community as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Supervisors. Andrew Ryan from Kings Beach. Are you guys aware that we're looking at a delay screen of ourselves and we don't see you?
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Oh, that's much better.
There we go.
We've had a time delay of ourselves up on the screen. It's a little challenging, so I think people had a little tough time with that. Okay, so again, Andrew Ryan, Kings Beach resident, business owner. If you don't recognize me from previous advocacy efforts in Placer County, you'll probably remember me after today. I can say without question that the project being put forward is not consistent with my participation in the Kings Beach Vision Plan workshops. That was a 2-day workshop where we sat down as teams and went through the vision of Kings Beach. I would also say that the plan as envisioned so far, what I've seen, is not consistent with the Tahoe Basin Area Plan team. So I was on actually the North Tahoe Area Plan team. I've heard a lot from the county that they are putting forward a developer and a project that they say is consistent with the community plan vision. I was not sitting at staff's table when they came up with the vision that they're saying this plan matches. But I can take a good guess at what the conversation, how it must have gone in order them to say that this proposed project matches our vision. It will be a dual-branded mid-grade box chain hotel with a low-end option and upscale rooms that overlook the golf course. It will be one of 200 unique co-branded hotels found at airports, Beltway interchanges, and now North Lake Tahoe. The shared lobby will have a snack shop selling food like a 7-Eleven. In the dining hall, it will be a cafeteria style with a pancake machine and organic margarine and Ready-Whip. There will be Yoplait yogurt for everyone. The china, insulating styrofoam, the cutlery, virgin plastic. To the rear of the hotel will be an expanse of asphalt parking, but directly to residential. To the east will be chain retail and pharmacy. Disposable beach toys and Kings Beach apparel will be the best sellers. To the west, a food court will anchor the existing 7-Eleven. Edibles may include Chili's, Starbucks, and a Pizza Hut. As a public service, the library will be relocated from an unsafe natural environment to the center of this new retail plaza where children can learn brand loyalty and consumerism. That's quite a vision. I don't think it's consistent with Kings Beach, and I don't see why we must hurry, and I do think the public needs to be involved in claiming that's our vision. I want redevelopment done well. I love KB with its funky elements and real town feel. Mid-grade box hotels and chain store retail are an iron ceiling of limitation to Kings Beach, not a foundation for a vibrant future. It is not possible to have a sense of place and placelessness at the same time. When Placer County is ready to have a serious discussion of artful redevelopment and meaningful environmental gains, my door will always be open. I ask that you pause here and include the community in describing what the vision is before you move forward with a contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Chris Hennessy, and I'm a longtime Kings Beach resident as well, past member of NITRAC, community volunteer, etc. I'm here this morning to request that you deny the sale of this parcel or these parcels today. Maybe not in the long term, but at least for today. I would request that you would give other proposals a fair chance, a fair review. And the reason for that is, well, personally and selfishly, I live exactly 1 block away from these parcels. I walk this every single day to the post office. I drive this strip of highway every single day towards Tahoe City. And I'm concerned. I wasn't planning on speaking today, and I heard things like Best Western, and I saw photographs of humongous hotels and buildings, and it all does not make sense to me. So, you know, Kings Beach, thanks to your efforts, support, and finances, is looking much better. We have sidewalks, we have interactive things along those sidewalks that we, as well as our visitors, can enjoy. This is the cherry on your sundae. This is the cherry on my sundae, because it's my community. The reason that I would like Mr. Kaplan's offer reviewed or reviewed, whatever the process has been, I'm not privy to it, I'm not knowledgeable in the process, is Mr. Kaplan drives this highway every day. I happen to know his wife, and I know that this is a block where they turn to go to their children's school. I would like someone to be considered who I know will have to be accountable to what they're looking at every single day. So again, briefly and just to the point, please deny the sale of this property or these parcels today. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Paul E. Now Jr. I own Lake Tahoe Appraisers. I've appraised by far more commercial and industrial real estate around Lake Tahoe than any other appraiser alive. And I've looked at the JLL report. I can't say how I honestly feel about that, but it's a bogus report. The fellow does not have a real estate appraisal license. He used lakefront comparables in that report, and there's no lakefront property involved in this subject property that we're talking about today. Brown first contacted me in 2005, and I said, why are you going to do something like this with the original project that now this county has spent $7 million plus or minus on? And I said, why, when we're going to be going into a recession and by 2010 we'll be in a depression? Pretty well said, except for they called it the Great Recession. Now you're considering a project from a developer, and evidently from what I've heard, every one of you has received the anonymous mailing. I've not been paid to do anything. I'm just speaking here because I've been asked to look at a few things, and it doesn't seem right. And Kirk Euler and Jack Duran have brought up the questions that all of you should be asking, and every one of you should read that anonymous mailing. It doesn't smell right. Nothing about this procedure has smelled right. And please deny this for now. Reconsider, reevaluate whatever in the future. Get some decent appraisal work done instead of a report by JLL, who doesn't even have any appraisal qualifications that I've been able to find. And if he did, he would have a license in the state of California. I can ask a lot of questions and spend a lot of your time, but I think all the questions have been asked, basically. And you just need more time to consider the facts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. Bill Johnson, and as a lot of you know, I was an early advocate for the Kings Beach Commercial Core project. We started back on it back in 1997. And what I'd like to say is I've been involved, as a lot of you know, in excess of 35 redevelopment projects in the Kings Beach area. For instance, some of the 3 ghettos that were over there on Fox, Trout and Rainbow, at least now all cleaned up with some new homes, townhouses, and decent property taxes, and we are all hoping that'll spur more of that. And then, of course, back in 2000 and 2001, we had what's next to the Dog Beach, a bunch of rundown buildings on the beach there. We tore them down, put up some lakefronts, and of course those were the first ones to ever sell any property in Kings Beach in excess of $3 million, 3.4, 2001. So we have an idea how to get things approved. Then we also participated in the community house, and that also won a Best in the Basin award from the TRPA. And our last project is next to the conference center that you've probably seen, the Tahoe Beachfront Residences, which we took title in June 2015. We took it through the state, the entire TRPA, and all of your agencies, and tore it down, built it, and it's completely sold out by December 2017. So what we've been doing to look at this new project, what we'd like to see is performing a little public outreach. And with our preliminary site plans and building renderings, we were able to generate, and get feedback from the local community, and to show that it's compatible with the Kings Beach plan. And the intent was to show the level of support and expertise in the North Lake Tahoe entitlement process in anticipation of the Kaplan team negotiations with Placer County, which of course haven't happened. And then I know you heard earlier that there's now another petition online besides the original one with hundreds on it. That's a little different language, and there it exceeded 625. So I guess my participation in the Kings Beach Vision Plan on the Kings Beach Town Center, and then what we went through those years in the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, sitting there, it doesn't appear that Clark's plan is consistent with that vision plan. And I'm just pleased that there is interest from multiple groups for the redevelopment. And I'd like to see a lot of it happen in Kings Beach, especially on the town center. And I'm hopeful that the Board of Supervisors will leverage this unique opportunity of multiple offers to the benefit of Kings Beach by allowing teams to compete for the opportunity to redevelop this beautiful hamlet and unique spot in the world we call Kings Beach. And I would hope staff would consider all offers and use due diligence in selection and checking for everything like bankruptcies, lawsuits, foreclosures, etc., and ability to perform and get TRPA. Staff will contend that the selection of the developer has been open, competitive, and inclusive of community involvement, and that this contract is just the start of the process. I myself and others disagree. We know, if we go back, that creation of the 2016 request for interest, the RFI created by staff, stakeholder involvement. La Lima was unilaterally selected by county panel after evaluation. No stakeholder involvement or publishing of evaluation scoring. Board indicated staff to negotiate with La Lima September 2016. May 2016, negotiations ceased and no progress made on redevelopment. 12 months lost to creation and circulation of the RFI. 7 months lost to non-performance of the developer. May 2016, the retention of JLL feasibility study at a $24,000 cost in 4 months. September 2017, public circulation of the JLL report and presentation of the result. No section of the study addresses sense of place, which we think is important, or artful redevelopment consistent with the Kings Beach Vision Plan. Furthermore, study assumes with no justification that mid-grade box hotel and chain retail are acceptable and are consistent with the Kings Beach Vision Plan. Staff rejected stakeholder offer of input to the administrative draft prior to finalization of the report. Staff to return with a marketing plan and next steps. October 13, as you're aware, Clark, letter of intent. Staff did not distribute any press release identifying found developer or notice closing of the acceptance of offers. November 14th, Board of Supervisors direction to negotiate. Board of Ginger notes closed session, no mention of the KB Center. The astute, of course, were required to recognize and match parcel numbers, the 16, to determine negotiation in there. It would have been nice if it's at Kings Beach Center. December 21st, 2017, Kaplan, unsolicited proposal submitted. No public noticing of closure of offers, no rejection in letter from staff. January 23rd, 2018, with Clark again, the astute were required to recognize parcel numbers to learn of the closed session negotiations regarding the KB Center. And I think there should actually, I don't know, it demonstrates the process to date, and selection of a developer has been unilateral. There should be no one mistaken that the contract was award is not the start of the process. There has been a significant amount of work performed by staff in a vacuum void of community input. Public disclosure of some of staff efforts is not stakeholder engagement. Staff has not built broad community support for their version of Kings Beach Community Vision. There is absolutely no reason to rush into this contract so rapidly. The proposed developer can host one public meeting prior to contract to engage the community. Without community engagement on the selection of the developer, the next steps of the process are akin to an arranged marriage, because the community had no say or protection in the selection process. This is a one-way ticket to a protracted and bitter public process during entitlement. And I think that, this demonstrates that. So I would like to at least ask the Board of Supervisors to deny or at least delay the contract award today to allow for community input on the proposed project and development team, including of the community, the voters, the taxpayers, the business owners, property owners, during the selection of the developer. So let's not deal with the wrong developers and spend another 11 years of staff trying to redevelop this town center. And again, where is the public comment for staff? If staff had been getting community support, where are they? Who's speaking up? The public should be here asking for Clark's contract to be approved, but I don't see it. So, sincerely, thank you for your hard work and time, and I appreciate you letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning. My name is Maggie Stakely. I'm a community member. I work from home about 3 blocks from the development area we're talking about. I'm a public policy consultant, and I spend a good amount of my time responding to RFPs and RFIs. And it seems from what I've learned here today that there's some serious questions about the timeline, about the process, about the transparency. As stewards of our public funds, I would urge you to take a little more time on this, not to open yourself up to lawsuits that could be lengthy because the process wasn't followed with transparency and following public rules. It seems like if we're talking about a 400-day escrow period, we could take another month or two to really look at this. I echo what my neighbors have said here today, that the public really hasn't been involved to date, and I think we'd all like to be partners with you in this work rather than standing up here and making public comment against it. Finally, I'll just say that a 600-person survey that's asking you to take some time to look at this is pretty hefty in our little 3,000-person community here, and so I would hope you would consider that today. And at the very least, delay your vote until our representative can be present. Hopefully she'll be making a full recovery soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else before I close the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. I have a couple questions. There's been some kind of, I think, misunderstanding. There's no project yet. We're just going to approve the purchase. And when the project comes forward, that's gonna be, everybody will have an opportunity over probably 7 different or more meetings to put their input on how they want to see the project built. Am I correct?
Absolutely. In fact, I think it's safe to say many more meetings than 7.
And do you think the county would approve a mid-grade hotel in Kings Beach? I don't. Okay. Or the community. Okay. Just wanted to bring that up. So, public comment is closed. The public hearing is closed. We'll ask the board for direction.
Well, I have a question. Ken, the assertion was made that JLL is not a licensed appraiser. I don't recall that was our arrangement with JLL, was to ask them to come in and do an appraisal. What was the arrangement with JLL? Why did we contract with them?
I think I'll pass that to Paul.
Okay.
Good morning. We asked them to do a feasibility analysis, not an appraisal, and we were really trying to decide, was the concept design that we've all been pushing so hard for, would it pencil? Would it be viable to build something like that? They did not do that for a specific project. They did that based on the concept design. And so they worked within brackets and they did market research, but it was not an appraisal.
Okay. The assertion has been made repeatedly that having received one offer, unsolicited offer, we then should have simply set that in abeyance and then gone out and used that as the impetus to perhaps do another RFP based on the one offer. That's what I continually heard from the public hearing, was that if you got one, by God, you should have gone out then once again and gotten more to let people then try to match on that. And I have a question of county council. Setting aside the whole issue of negotiating in good faith, the assertion is being made that somehow by having the one offer, we, our board, if we were to act on this one offer, are not acting within the appropriate guidelines of our fiduciary obligation. Our board is very severely constrained on both what, A, we can buy things for, and B, what we can sell things for. Is that correct?
Yes, particularly in this case where the property is the subject of the long-term real property management plan of the former successor agency.
So when we receive an unsolicited offer on a piece of property that we put forward to the community, trying to get a buyer to step forward with a plan that is consistent with our board's vision and the community vision, after that effort fails and then we receive an offer from somebody unsolicited that does actually match, at least in concept, what our board's vision for Kings Beach. And I will pause right now to say that, with all due respect to the residents up there, there is no entity more invested in Kings Beach right now than Placer County Board of Supervisors. We have demonstrated time and again our commitment and our investment in the Kings Beach area. So to simply dismiss that out of hand, I don't think does a service to anybody. But more precisely, back to the point, Jerry, when we received this unsolicited offer after our request, our public request, had yielded no fruit, did your office then have to evaluate this against any objective standards to say whether or not we could even entertain this offer?
Yeah, the county was fully able to entertain the offer. In the escrow period we've been hearing about is an important part of that evaluation by the county, because under the long-range plan, we have to use that property the way that the redevelopment agency and the community plan envisioned it. So that public process that's going to occur while this escrow is pending is an important part of satisfying our obligations under the both the long-range planning and the statutory provision.
And the terms of the offer, including the offer price, had to fit within certain parameters as well.
Yes, and that was the reason for the feasibility study was an important part, because as in the former redevelopment agency, where opportunity creates, or whereas a development creates an economic opportunity, that allows you to test the feasibility. Another way to get to an appraised value is an appraised value based on the constraints of the property to be used in the way that the community plan and the redevelopment plan envisioned it.
So, Mr. Chairman, in my mind, our board has more than done our due diligence on this. We have entertained public comment on this, and we will continue to entertain public comment on this. I'm kind of reminded of an experience I had in high school where I was thinking about inviting a young lady to my prom. And I thought about it a little too long, and somebody else invited her. And she said yes to that other person. It was amazing how badly I then wanted to invite her to the prom after she had already said yes to somebody else. And I'm afraid that's a little bit of what I'm seeing happening right now in the Kings Beach area. And so I am perfectly comfortable moving this item forward today, and I'd make a motion that we do so.
I'm surprised that anyone would turn you down.
Oh.
Supervisor Wygant, you had a comment?
Yeah, and I'll second the motion, just to keep things rolling. But so all the years I've spent on the planning commission and then here on the board, I think I just witnessed several first actually. And one, Ken, was I want to welcome you. Normally, the disparaging of one's reputation is reserved for those of us on the board. So I want to welcome you to our company. But I just want to make sure, in light of how politically loaded so many of the comments were, that I'm not missing something, and or at least I want to get that on the record. So as I understand, essentially your perspective, you were pleased to get the offer that you're recommending that we take forward today. You did a significant amount of due diligence, and you thought it seemed really fair, and there was nothing about it that caused you to not continue pursuing that offer. Is that correct?
That is correct. We feel very comfortable with what we're proposing today.
And in your background work, you found, as you and I discussed in meetings on our own, that there was one Chapter 11 bankruptcy reorganization that was resolved, and it was post-2008. And including that, you're perfectly comfortable still, obviously, with the recommendation that you're bringing forward.
That is correct. I believe you're in business for a long time in that high risk, high reward. Sometimes things don't go quite the way you think they do.
So in terms of your integrity being impugned and choice phrases like dirty laundry being referenced, also pancake machines and a painting of a hotel complex that I think was an effort to describe what we would approve as being very lower end. You've commented, and my colleagues have made on several statements, that those details and issues, in fact, would be resolved in a very public process as we move forward, and the board could even condition the fact that the hotel might not have a pancake machine if, in fact, we chose that to be some kind of barometer of the quality of the project. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Waffles.
Waffles. Excuse me, I always mess up those little factoids. Again, just want to make sure I understood in my mind your words. You saw the second offer that came in. It was described as offering $1.5 million for the property, with the second potential $1.5 million being extremely conditional. Is that accurate?
It is conditional. I cannot say what it was conditional on. That offer did not put those conditions in writing that I could find.
So you didn't even know the conditions by which the second $1.5 million that would meet the offer that we do have in hand. I would consider that to be extremely conditional, but those are my politically loaded words for the day. All that's by way, I think I've covered all the questions I have, but it's why I'm very comfortable making the second and going forward today, and looking forward to working with the proposal and getting to know the people, and hopefully having some accomplishments. That one of the other phrases that was used today, that someone felt that they were stuck in Kings Beach with boarded up windows, etc. And I would just point out, you can point out to me if I'm wrong, I don't remember the exact number, but I think the county was the managing partner of the Downtown Improvements Program, which I think was about a $25 to $30 million project. Is that correct?
The commercial core improvement project closer to 40.
Yeah. $40 million. So if that's being stuck, that's a pretty good investment upon which to be stuck. And I think when you drive through town, the results of it are obvious. And in my mind, it was always predicated on trying to create a foundation by which we'd be able to attract this kind of investments. For lack of doing that project, we wouldn't have the opportunity to show the world that Kings Beach could now become a world-class tourism-based economic platform upon which to make further investments. It's I'm really discouraged by the tenor. I'm perfectly happy with the public asking us to do one thing or another. I'm not perfectly happy with the way that lobbying was done today. When I get an email that's anonymous, it bothers me just that in and of itself, because it indicates that somebody doesn't have the willing to step forward with their own face and reputation to make their arguments in front of the Board of Supervisors. So with a little bit of therapy and that perspective, I'll finish.
Thank you. Supervisor Duran?
Mr. Clark, after what you've heard today, you still want to do business in Kings Beach?
I unfortunately have been here before.
All right. No, these are really wonderful people, to be honest with you. They love their community. They have passion, and I respect them tremendously for that.
They forgot to mention that I plan to live in one of the condos.
Okay, all right. But, every once in a while, I've got to disagree with what's being said. And, when you have reports and you have staff memos and you have these things, it's real easy to throw rocks from either side. The one thing that I will say that I'm very disappointed in is that there was no communication from the county back to these folks when they submitted their initial document. And I will not tolerate that happening again. So be on notice that you need to communicate with these people when they send in their information, whatever it is. Likewise, I'm going to recommend that for those of you that do send in things in the future, there are 5 of us that sit up at the Board of Supervisors, and at any one time, you can pick up the phone and call us and ask us what is going on with my thing. That's part of what we do. That's what we were elected for. That being said, I will have to concur with my other 3 members on the Board of Supervisors that, this is just the beginning of the process. Believe me, you're going to have your pound of flesh, as you always do, on these projects moving forward. I encourage you to stick with the process, participate in it, and you take ownership of this process. And if there's something that you don't like about it, whether it be the design or where something is going, or those kinds of things, that you voice your concern about it. That's what the staff process and the public outreach and the transparency is supposed to generate. And likewise, Mr. Clark, I encourage you to embrace the community and all that they bring to the table in the process moving forward to make this the best project that you can for this community. So,
thank you. Well, I think there's been enough said, so there is a motion and a second. The board is asked to adopt a resolution to approve the purchase and sale agreement of the land for the sale of the 3.5-acre Kings Beach Center located on North Lake Boulevard and Salmon Avenue in Kings Beach to Kings Beach Center LLC for $3 million, and authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to take all necessary actions to complete the sale of the property in substantial conformance to material terms and subject to county council concurrence. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? The motion is passed. Thank you, staff, for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. front of me. We'll now move to our 9:45 timed item, Health and Human Services. We're going to discuss contracting public health laboratory services to Sacramento County Public Health Laboratory. We'll be opening a public hearing after staff presentation to receive input from the community.
Good morning, Chair Holmes, members of the board. Jeff Brown, your Health and Human Services Director. I'm accompanied by Dr. Rob Oldham, who is our Public Health Director and our Public Health Officer. So this morning, we are requesting your Board 1 hold a public hearing to receive input on the proposed closure of the Placer County Public Health Lab and the contracting of lab services with the Sacramento County Public Health Lab. 2, authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to negotiate and execute a contract with Sacramento County for public health lab services for a total amount not to exceed $50,000 over a 2-year period beginning March 1st. 3, designate our department to provide a 24-hour information service regarding the closure of the public health lab. And 4, adopt a resolution delegating authority to the CEO to direct the Health and Human Services Director to lay off Placer County labor employees based on necessity due to a lack of work pursuant to Section 3.08.1090 of the Placer County Code. On December 12th of last year, we presented to you the findings of our lab consultant, Dr. Craig Lindquist. Since then, we have investigated a number of options, which has resulted in our current recommendation to contract with Sacramento County's Public Health Lab. So Dr. Oldham will be presenting to you more details regarding the investigation and also our current recommendation.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. In the interest of time, I'll just briefly summarize the report from December. So as Jeff noted, that was done by Dr. Craig Lindquist. That report noted the following. Number one, the critical role of public health lab services and a proud tradition of excellent service by our Placer County Public Health Lab. We have some really great staff, and none of what we're discussing today takes away from the tremendous job that they do on a daily basis. Despite our great staff, number two, we've seen a dramatic reduction in public health volumes over the past decade, largely as a result of changes in the healthcare environment. Number three, we've seen a lack of significant staffing reductions over the same time period. Number four, we've seen changes in laboratory technologies and economies of scale. Number five, significant reductions in discretionary revenues dedicated to local public health core functions. Number six, Placer County Public Health Lab's heavy reliance upon these dwindling discretionary revenues. Number seven, an antiquated public health lab physical plant, although we have a mobile bioterrorism lab trailer, which is only 13 years old. Our current main lab is over 70 years old and in need of replacement. And number eight, the emergence of more cost-effective and sustainable alternative public health models. So just graphically to summarize some key points from that report. This first graph shows the dramatic reductions in public health lab sample volumes that we experienced over the last 2 decades. You'll see the dramatic drop there about 10 years ago, which was largely the moving of drug tests to private labs. And then you'll see in the last 10 years or so, just a gradual year-by-year decline ongoing with our sample volumes. This slide shows some of the economies of scale I alluded to that experienced by some of the larger volume public health labs. So at the top, you'll see Sacramento County Public Health Lab, who we're discussing entering into a contract with. They're able to perform about 10 times the sample volumes per year that we're able to perform with only an additional 4 or 5 staff. And I'll say this is not a reflection at all on the work that our staff do. These are economies of scale really having to do with technology and the ability to process large volumes with the new laboratory technologies. This next slide graphically just shows the reduction and discretionary revenues, particularly 1991 realignment that we've experienced in public health over the last 5 years or so. Historically, these 1991 realignment revenues have been the primary source of core public health funding. And as a division, public health has worked hard to decrease our reliance upon these 1991 realignment revenues over the past 5 years, and have actually been fairly successful at that via getting new grants, increasing operational efficiencies, et cetera. The lab has also been able to cut several $100,000 as a result of additional revenues for the Zika grant, and also not filling some positions. So I think that's been hard for the lab, but they've been able to do it. It's just a little bit harder in the public health lab because we have so many sunk costs and limited external revenue sources for public health laboratory services. So with the report that we received back in December, in light of this report, HHS asked the board to consider 3 potential options. So option 1, to maintain our current service model. Option 2, to modify the current service model to enhance revenue and or lower costs. And option 3, to close the Placer County Public Health Lab and contract with a regional public health lab. Your board directed HHS to investigate and negotiate contractual proposals with regional public health labs, option 3, while at the same time conducting a more in-depth examination of opportunities to modify the current public health lab model to enhance revenue and or lower costs. Actually go straight to option 2 in the interest of time, which was to modify the current model. There were 3 models that were proposed by our public health lab director and staff. So these are labeled 2A, 2B, and 2C. These models the consensus was that they preserve adequate public health lab capacity. All 3 of these models didn't really have a lot of employee benefit savings because they didn't result in any layoffs. And I'll show you more in detail what that looks like. Also, some of these models relied upon reclassifications of certain positions, and it's unclear whether those reclassifications would be appropriate or not. Those would have to go through our HR usual process of looking at a reclassification, and would require Civil Service Commission approval. So these options, 2A, 2B, and 2C, each of them proposed additional revenue streams that are not likely to be realized. Specifically, I mentioned the drug testing, which they proposed bringing the drug testing back, which I mentioned we lost about 10 years ago through a competitive bid process. So those went to private labs that really specialize in drug testing. And for a number of reasons, actually, we've talked with the other agencies that perform the contract for those drug tests, including probation, children's system of care, adult system of care. And I think it's very unlikely that those drug tests would come back to the public health lab. In fact, most public health labs don't perform drug testing for similar reasons. As far as the other model, the other revenues that these models rely upon, getting our partner counties, so that would be Sutter County, Nevada County, and Yuba County, to pay more. Right now, each of them are paying far less than the fully loaded cost. So if we were to do so, there are lots of different methodologies about what that fair share might be, either based on their testing volume or based on population. Similar to like a JPA type of arrangement. And all of those models, our partner counties would be paying in excess of 10 times what they're currently paying. So in talking with those counties, with their health officers and public health directors, they really weren't particularly interested in that model, particularly given the alternative of contracting with Sacramento or Butte County, which would probably cost them, it would be fee-based and would be about the same or less than what they're currently paying. So each of these models would continue to require significant annual expenditures and county general fund support. And this just details some of the options. So option 2A, which actually we discussed back in December, was proposed at the time as the bare minimum lab, if you'll remember that. So this option is to reduce all the staff positions in the public health lab down to 0.8 FTE, so we'd be working 32 hours per week. Again, you would get some salary savings salary reductions as a result of that, because while working 32 hours, employees could retain most of their benefits. You wouldn't see a lot of benefit savings. So this model would save nearly $200,000 a year over kind of the status quo model, but as you'll see there, still the total expenditures would be in excess of $1.4 million a year, and the discretionary revenues to support the lab, it would still require over $900,000 a year in either 1991 realignment or county general fund. So option 2B, I alluded to this before, would require the voluntary demotion of 4 staff. So the idea would be that the lab techs would be demoted to lab assistants. So there's currently three lab techs who would be demoted under this model, and 1 senior microbiologist demoted to a microbiologist. Again, there's some concerns about whether we have lab assistant work and whether this would be an appropriate reclassification. But assuming that that would be, you can see there that this model would only save less than $100,000 per year over the status quo. And finally, of the 3 options proposed by lab director and staff, option 2C, which included both the voluntary demotions and reducing all staff to 0.8 FTE. So there you'll see a little bit more savings, so roughly $275,000 per year over the status quo, but still again would require significant county general fund support. So 2 other models that HHS administration well, let me back up, just say in addition to those 3 models, we're looking for other ways that we might potentially make the lab more efficient, propose 2 other models, one labeled 2D in this presentation and actually labeled 2B in the board memo. So the 2 of the lab staff proposed models came in after the deadline for the board memo. So we just labeled these 2D and 2E. 2D would be cutting 2 positions, so 1 lab tech and 1 microbiologist, and 2E would mean a reduction in 4 positions, so 2 lab techs and 2 microbiologists. So neither 2D nor 2E were endorsed by our public health lab director or staff. Just to let you see what 2D would look like, so reduction by 2 positions. You would see this actually much greater savings because you would also have some benefit savings, so approximately $300,000 per year over the status quo in savings. And 2E, the reduction by 4 positions, now would be very significant savings, about $700,000 a year over the current status quo model. So to summarize option 2, really option 2A through D are all potentially feasible. Is that showing up okay? Yeah, so they're all potentially feasible. However, each would require over $800,000 per year in annual county general fund and or health realignment support. Option 2E would require less support, an estimated about $450,000 per year, but consensus is that this model is not operationally feasible. And of course, none of these options really remedy the mounting facilities challenges that we have. So turning to option 3, which is to close the Placer County Public Health Lab and join a regional lab. We explored really 3 different regional public health lab options with Sacramento County, Butte County, and the Solano, Napa, Yolo, Marin County Regional Public Health Lab. Both Sacramento and Butte County Public Health Lab were found to be feasible alternatives, and they could easily handle all of our testing volume and preserve almost all of our public health lab services, with 2 exceptions that I just wanted to highlight. First, blood lead testing, which actually most public health labs don't do because they're local clinical tests, and so local clinics provide that, or like private labs will provide those tests. I'll say for blood lead testing, actually Placer County, there's just a report release. We're not doing very well in screening children at the 1 and 2 year mark for lead testing. And so even with our current model, which is for the capillary blood leads to send them to our public health lab, I get feedback from our clinics that it's difficult kind of from a billing perspective. We don't do a lot of billing right now, so trying to track all the different insurances can be challenging, but also just the logistics of getting, especially from Kings Beach, getting a capillary tube down here is quite challenging. So the idea would be to really enhance the local capacity to do point-of-care blood lead testing. So children could get, families could get the results same day. That's the other challenge, is having to call them back if we do get a screening level to do the venous blood lead levels. So actually hoping that we can use this change in model to improve our blood lead testing in Placer County. And then water testing. Again, most public health labs, including Sacramento, are not currently doing water testing. This is something that's typically done by private labs. And so I'll have another slide where I talk more about water testing. And finally, I just wanted to say with respect to the Solano, Napa, Yolo, Marin regional lab, we talked with them, but however, that would require us entering into a joint powers authority agreement, and it would actually, the annual cost for that type of agreement versus a fee-based would probably be 10 times a fee-based contract. So we chose really not to explore that one further for now. I mentioned the water testing, and that most public health labs are not doing water testing because of competition from the private sector. So just here in the Placer County region, we have 5 other public health, water testing options. And just I'll take the opportunity to correct something I mistakenly put in the board memo. I said that the main reason for the general public is coming to our lab is for tick testing. It's actually the case that we have about probably 5 to 10 people from the public coming in per day for well water testing, which is much higher than our tick testing volume. So this would be something that we would have to work with the public and those people who are coming right now to our lab to educate them about the other resources in the community. And talking with these other labs, they actually have the capacity and actually would appreciate the business. We're on certain tests are a little bit less expensive, so we're kind of competing with the private sector, you might say, by subsidizing our own public health lab. So they would indicate that they could take on our water testing, would actually appreciate the business. So considerations with option 3. We may experience slightly longer transit times under option 3, so getting the test to Sacramento, although not necessarily longer turnaround times. So the turnaround times for Sacramento County Public Health Lab are very good on most tests. So we don't necessarily anticipate longer turnaround times, but we do expect that there might be slightly longer transit times. Because of the transit, we might need to expand our existing courier service BPO by $5,000 to $10,000 per year. It is true that we would lose the federal grant supporting not just our bioterrorism lab, but also I mentioned the Zika grant and some other Lab Aspire, that we would not be eligible for those revenues anymore. It's not that those revenues would go away. Likely they would then get put back in. For instance, the bioterrorism grant would likely get picked up by whoever takes over that service for it was called the LRN, the Laboratory Response Network. So for instance, likely would be Sacramento County who would have access at least to some of that funding going forward. But it would be the CDC and the California Department of Public Health who would be responsible for redesigning that laboratory response network. And just at this, I know I showed this slide back in December, but kind of showing what the LRN laboratories look like here in California. You'll see just we have several here in Northern California that could pick up the slack if we were to close ours. And then you can kind of see this map looking at the United States to show that, in fact, California has much higher concentrations of LRNs, probably more, as Dr. Lindquist said, as a result of kind of the our history as opposed to need in this area. But I think we're covered in California as far as LRNs go. As far as the costs with option 3, so when we take away the lead and water and partner county testing, our sample volumes really come down pretty dramatically. So easily under 1,000 tests per year. 1,000 samples per year. These testing volumes, if we were to just enter in the Sacramento County fee schedule, would cost less than $25,000 per year. So if you add on, I mentioned the additional shipping costs of $5,000 to $10,000 per year, and the overhead costs that likely we would be retaining. We're estimating retaining about a third of those overhead costs. We're still looking at a total cost of option 3 of being around $150,000 per year. In addition, loss of direct control over public health lab services. I think And looking at, for instance, the Sacramento County lab, on the whole, the quality would be very comparable. I think there are certain tests where you could argue that they do more of them, and perhaps the quality might go up on certain tests. Others, especially those like tick testing, and for the the access to the public, the loss of convenience might go down. But I would say on whole, the quality I would argue would be comparable, but the control that we currently have over a public health lab would diminish some. So I think that's something to consider. But the biggest consideration is the significant impacts that our great public health lab staff would experience. And I think the one that we're really working on, we want to do right by those employees the best we can. They've been very good employees. Some of them have had many years here with the county. So speaking of the labor implications for option 3, we currently have 7 permanent county employees working on our public health lab. Placer County does not have equivalent positions outside of the public health lab for these employees. Most of these staff have many years of experience and skills that would make them very valuable employees for a private lab or another public health lab. We're already getting referrals from other local public health labs. They know that this is on the agenda today and want to share with our employees some opportunities in surrounding counties. In lieu of layoffs, employees who didn't want to go to another lab position would be eligible for voluntary demotion into other HHS positions for which they meet minimum qualifications. We've been holding several vacant funded positions to accommodate public health lab staff in the event option 3 is selected today. Some other benefits of option 3. So I mentioned before some immediate expansion of public health capabilities, including disease surveillance, which really, diseases go across county lines, and Sacramento County does a lot of kind of regional disease surveillance as a regional lab. The greater surge capacity, so in the event of an outbreak, they really have enough staff where they can call up and process large numbers of samples at one time, and more robust after-hours support. It also, option 3, avoids the potentially large capital outlay for a new or renovated public health lab facility, significant savings of increasingly limited annual public health discretionary revenues, and lastly, the potential to use some of these revenues for other public health priorities, so expanding point of care testing for sexually transmitted diseases, lead, as I mentioned, et cetera. Adding new programs such as one addressing our opioid epidemic, matching funds to expand or preserve existing programs. So as a result of that, I think Jeff already read the actions that we requested, so I'll stop here, but we can entertain any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for board members before I open up the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for public comment. Please come forward. Good morning, Dr. Wakabongo. I want to let you know that each board member has a copy of your presentation.
Okay. We have some copies. Is it appropriate to give them to the public or not?
For the public, that's fine, yeah.
That's fine?
Yeah, for the public, yeah.
Yes,
So,
we have some.
have them put them in the back.
Board of Supervisors, Chairman, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come and speak today. I know that I have 5 minutes. I'll try to be very fast, but get to the point. The first thing I'd like to introduce the staff. Can you please, we have Dr. Carr there. When you hear about measles identification in 5 hours, she's the expert. We have Stephanie. She's a technician. They're well cross-trained. We don't have a clerical staff, but they learn very quickly to do clerical work. We have Christina Rhodes there. We think that she was born in a lab because she was an intern, and she came and worked in a lab. When you hear about Lake Tahoe spill, Christina worked many hours. When you hear about swan flu, 600 plus samples, Christina. And then we have Debbie Rose. She's also a technician. She went to high school at Del Oro, so we don't hold that against her. Her kids at Placer, so we're happy about that. So you have a copy with you. I'm just going to highlight some few things. I'm not going to read everything on the slides. Really, all public health laboratories, federal, state, and local, they're all under pressure for financial pressure until something comes up like Ebola and Zika and measles. And then we all remember the mission of the public health labs. It's not to generate revenues, it's to prevent the spread of diseases. I'm going to show that we've done that very well. The second slide is showing a state-of-the-art trailer. We like to call it the mobile. It was installed in 2005. It's supported by the federal grants for all the equipment, the salaries, and the people that work in there. We use very high protocol developed by the Center for Disease Control. The picture there shows how we train the hospital scientists for prevention of diseases. This lab is one of the kind. We work with what they call select agents. These are really nasty bugs that commercial labs don't like to touch, like I'm going to show in my next pictures. But we do those testing in that lab very quickly. The next picture, the next slide, is slide number 4, is a little bit scary. These are just examples of the things that we've done. These pictures are not our patients, the people that we work on, but they're just example. The first example there is the example of a measles. On March 27, 2016, Dr. Kaur came on Easter Sunday and did a testing of measles for Nevada County. The test was positive. 225 students were exposed in Nevada County that day when that kid with measles went to school. And 124 of those kids were not vaccinated. So Nevada County, because of us coming up with a positive test on Sunday, the Easter Sunday, they went to work. Another example there on the right is example of anthrax. On March 1st, 2017, our own county, Placer County Sheriff was exposed to powder. So there was a fear of anthrax. We identified that it wasn't anthrax. The thing that we do, they relieve fear from the public. These organisms give fear and panic to the public. So what we do is when we identify it, we relieve the fear. The picture down there on left is about plague, possible plague. One Friday, a family of 5 children in Auburn. One of the kids was sick with high fever. The cat was sick with fever with swelling of the lymph nodes. They went to the vet. The vet was thinking of plague. They wanted to send the sample to the commercial lab. The commercial lab said, we're not touching plague. They called the state vet. They were not able to get in touch with them. They called our own public health. They were not able to get in touch. It was on Monday when they finally got in touch with us. We said, bring the samples right now. We told the vet. They brought the sample, and we worked on it very quickly. We relieved the fear. The cat did not have plague. And then the other example is about a pet iguana. They took it to the vet. They were thinking that it had this nasty organism that is even difficult to call, Burkholderia. And then we told them that it wasn't. So it's about priceless things that we do. You can't put a price on those things that we do, the timing of it, relieving the fear from the community. We are really first responders. We are part of the Laboratory Response Network. All emergencies response are local, so that's what we are. And we do surveillance. For example, right now, we're doing flu surveillance. What we're seeing is a co-infection of influenza A and B. The rapid tests that the commercial labs do, they don't show that, but we are showing it. It's very rare, but could it be something else going on here? So that's what we do, surveillance. We are first responders. So the trailer that we call the trailer, it's been a lot of investment. If we close that trailer, we're going to outsource or return $456,000 to the federal government. This year alone, we have outsourced $75,000 because we didn't train public health microbiologists. That money was outsourced to Solano County. So really closing the public health lab is going to weaken the California public health infrastructure. Slide number 7 is showing the Placer County Public Health Lab in the middle. We are here to serve the different programs of public health. We are surge capacity for the state. We've shown that with the Zika testing, it used to take about 2 to 6 weeks for the state to do the Zika testing. We acquired the technology and we could do it in 6 days. So we really surge capacity. And we also serve the private citizen of Placer. The next slide, number 8, is showing that we are not only for testing, but we also for the future scientists of Placer. It shows the different students from Placer High School, Evie Kane. Just about 2 weeks ago, we had a young kid from Evie Kane, 6th graders, wants to go to a science expo, came to the lab. We helped him with his experiment that he was doing. So we more than just revenues. We are a high volume water testing lab, also thick testing lab. We do water testing because the public trusts us. We have a track record of dependability and stability. When the commercial labs in Placer loses their license for different reasons, they come to Placer County Public Health Lab to have the water tested. Just this morning, Mr. Scott Owens, the district attorney, brought a tick and water to our lab. He has come many times to bring water testing for the lab, to the lab. There's a list there of disadvantage of closing the public health lab. Really testing delays, the increased disease in the community, loss of control. For example, if you have outbreak in all the counties, who is going to take care, who is going to prioritize the outbreak from Placer County? Example is that the 209N1, the pandemic influenza. No lab could have put Placer County patients, citizen as priority over their own citizen. So that loss of control, losing the people who will not be able to have their tests done very quickly. We're talking about regionalization. Placer County is already a regional lab for Yuba, Nevada, and Sutter counties. So are we also going to regionalize the public health department because of revenues? We're talking about revenues. We have lost revenues because we have outsources outsourced testing. We gave an example of drug testing where $260,000 per year could have come to the public health lab. Even the Placer County itself, we used to test for new employee, drugs for new employees. Placer County have also outsourced that. It goes to Southern Occupational Health. So I don't know how much they're paying there.
Dr. Wakabanga, I need you to wrap it
Yes,
up.
yes, I am going to wrap up. Just this slide here.
Alrighty.
So the invoices held $657,000 not collected. Some because of the test that we did for the juvenile hall, some of it because of some of the communicable diseases programs that we did. So really the missing revenue is not reflected in any of the lab budget. So to quickly here, the potential for increased lab revenues, we can do new tests. We brought measles testing. We're in the process of bringing whooping cough test. We have been very successful in writing grants, and we would like for negotiation with our contract counties to use a fair formula, not a formula to scare them away from us. So the staff, we've talked about reduce FTE, we've talked about demotion. We are asking the county to also look at the overhead. When the budget of the lab is done, you have people who don't work in the lab who are part of that budget. The background, you know the background. I'm not going to go through it. The last slide is just showing some of the emergency response that we've been involved in. Sewage spill, Lake Tahoe in 205, 209N1, H1N1 pandemic, Zika testing, and E. coli 0157 outbreak at Lake Wildwood. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Rand, did you have a question for Dr. Wakabanga?
Oh, I didn't have a question for Dr. Wakabanga. Thank you very much for your presentation. I do have a question related to your presentation. Tell me a little bit about this Placer County Jail Juvenile Hall, $583,680. What is that correct that they?
Yeah, so clarify, I believe that's over 10 years. Is that right, Dr. Wakabanga, the number? And that was actually part of the contract that California Forensic Medical Group has. They are supposed to be doing the lab testing, and so apparently they were instructed to continue to send their STD testing, this is chlamydia and gonorrhea, to the public health lab. And so when we looked into this, they were in fact instructed to do that. And so as soon as we started asking that they would collect payment, they actually send all the other tests to Quest. They started, in fact, they've been sending for the Auburn jail to the public health lab, but South Placer already, just due to convenience, they weren't transporting it all the way up to North Auburn. They were already sending everything to Quest. And so I think that was really their intent as more and more inmates were transitioned on to South Placer to probably be sending anyway. I think we probably accelerated it by asking for payment. They just decided to start sending everything to Quest.
So even hypothetically with that revenue, we'd still be in a negative situation.
Sure. Yeah, and I'll point out the Title 17 testing actually is our responsibility. So it's true that we're not charging ourselves for the tests for communicable disease control that we send to the lab. All those tests are part of the model 3. So that's kind of the point. We would be sending those Title 17 tests to Sacramento County or to whatever the regional public health lab would be. So and that's the $25,000 a year would be primarily for those tests.
How long have we been upside down? When did this start?
We've always been. In fact, it's gotten better. So I didn't really point out the history. So we were over $2 million a year expenditures up until the last few years. So we've actually we had a supervisor position that we didn't fill when that was vacated. We had a clerk position we didn't fill. So it's come down quite a bit. But we were well over $2 million and about 1.4 in county in realignment supporting the lab up until the last few years.
Okay, and what do you propose the revenue? Where's the revenue going to go to? Is that going to the general fund? Is that something that where are the savings headed?
So it's public health realignment dollars, and those dollars are dedicated for public health purposes. So as Dr. Oldham pointed out in a previous slide, we could use those dollars to sustain our existing programs, because our public health realignment dollars aren't going to grow for the next 5 years. But we could also use it to develop new efforts to address the opioid crisis or any other public health issue that we consider to be a priority in this county.
Okay, thank you very much.
Supervisor Euler.
Are there any tests currently being performed by our lab that we are worried will not be performed under this new arrangement?
No, no test that I'm worried about not being performed. I mentioned the water tests and blood lead tests would be performed in a different way, but no, they all should be covered.
So any of the other tests that we've heard about for highly contagious communicable diseases, terrorist-related threats, those kinds of things will be performed. What about the timeliness of their performance?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Euler. In fact, I would say I mentioned kind of the surge capacity. So we're very timely on the 1 and 2 tests, as Dr. Wakabangu pointed out, the measles test we did on Easter Sunday a couple of years ago. I think the advantage, and we don't know, by the way, we'll lose control over where our LRN would be. Likely it would be the Sacramento County Public Health Lab. I would encourage anyone who, members of the board, to tour, meet with Dr. Gonzalez, who's the lab director down there. They have a really top-notch operation. They get lots of white powders, as you'd imagine, being, they cover the state capitol. So they are able to process probably an order of magnitude more tests at one time through that lab than we are currently with our staffing.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Good morning, Mr. Fulton.
Good morning. Very, very quickly, I'm Dave Fulton. I'm the owner of Diamond Water Lab. It probably will come as no surprise to you that it's happy news to us that we don't have to compete now with a publicly subsidized laboratory. But basically my only statement here is we do water testing. We do water testing only. None of the other testing that the labs have, this county lab has done. Dr. Wakabanga showed a slide on the water testing that the Placer County lab has done. We're completely capable of doing that. We're ELAP certified, Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program certified, and can do that.
And you're located in Auburn?
Yeah, we're located right up the road here on Bell Road, yeah.
I knew that. What's so funny about that?
Yeah, I'm even in your districts.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway.
All right, thank you. Next.
Good morning.
Well, good morning, sir.
How are you?
Good.
Everybody good? Beautiful day we have outside again for February. The Public Health Lab service employees would like to thank the Placer County Board of Supervisors today for allowing us to speak regarding the issues surrounding the Placer County contracting out the public health lab services. Sorry, I've been sitting there listening to this all morning, so I need a little drink of water.
I didn't get your name.
Oh, I'm about to say that.
Oh, good.
Mr. Holmes, thank you. My name is Gary Weiniger, Business Representative for Stationary Engineers Local 39, representing the microbiologists and the lab technicians of the Placer County Public Health Lab. According to the Public Health Consulting Group, who conducted the Placer County Public Health Laboratory Service Analysis, stated public health laboratory services play a key role in promoting the health of the community and ensuring the safety of the environment. The Placer County Public Health Laboratory has performed well in promoting the health of Placer and surrounding counties. The staff of 7, consisting of 1 director, 3 public health lab microbiologists, and 3 lab techs, are well qualified. 2 hold doctorate degrees, 4 have more than 10 years of experience in Placer County. They conduct 11 core functions relevant to communicable diseases, environmental safety, and potential agents used in bioterrorism. This matter of contracting out lab services in Placer County, which is before the Board of Supervisors today, is based solely on negative economic impacts to Placer County's annual budget, inclusive to the Department of Health and Human Services. However, putting economic impacts aside, a much larger question also needs to be addressed. If Public Health Lab is contracted out, what will be the impact to your constituents, the taxpayers of Placer County? For example, the elimination of the bioterrorism laboratory established for Placer County residents in 2005. Where would Placer County residents go for an immediate testing after a bioterrorist attack? Would it be more prudent to retain the vested interest of Placer County microbiologists and lab techs that work for the people of Placer County, that are on my left, or contract with a large, out-of-the-area laboratory whose lab techs and robotic test machinery have little or no interest in the residents of Placer County? According to Public Health's analysis regarding impact on the community, the Placer County Public Health Lab meets or exceeds routine needs of the county, and Placer County residents report high levels of satisfaction. It goes on to say high-level demands during outbreaks of communicable diseases or off-hour responses for hazmat calls are similarly predicted to be handled well by the current staff. The high levels of satisfaction also holds true with all outside stakeholders using Placer PHL services, including the 4 counties, Nevada, Sutter, and Sierra, and in addition, the Placer County Hazmat Fire Chief, Placer County Jail, and Placer County Parks Department, to mention a few. Do we really want to give up local familiarity and expertise? Furthermore, according to Pacific Health's analysis, the most distinctive characteristic of a PHL is that it's integrated with the structure and services of public health agencies. The integration ensures access to appropriate tests, professional advice, and speedy communication and coordination with other public health activities. Do you as a board want constituents to lose this invaluable public service? The Public Health Consulting Group analysis contained 3 options as it was pertaining to today's staff report. 1, retain the model status quo. 2, retain the model with the modifications, A through E, I think that was examined previous, or close the facility and move it to a regional public health service model. The staff report before you recommends option 3, but let's look at a closer option of 2, or maybe a hybrid of 2 that was examined earlier, where Placer County becomes the center of a profitable regional public health laboratory for Northern California, leading the way with future technologies while maintaining a person-to-person interface with Placer County public health departments. A version of option 2 has the potential to be both viable and profitable option for Placer County. In conclusion, it is a known fact that you get what you pay for. Granted, it is self-evident in the Pacific Health Consulting analysis that there will be an initial cost savings to the budget by defaulting to option 3. However, in your tenure with the board as a Placer County supervisor, you have to ask the most important question. What will be the actual public health service cost or impact to the county taxpayer, your constituents? Maybe upon further review, option 2 may be a better avenue for the residents of Placer County. We think so. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to address the board on this item? Alrighty, I will, come forward, please.
Hi, before I do, is this public comment
Yes.
time? Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, well, my name is Heather Ireland, and I've been here before, so you probably recognize me. I am, first of all, wanting to thank Dr. Wakabongo for her presentation. I was a little disappointed, however, that she didn't get the benefit of the overhead slide projection, and I don't know if that was just, some, well, anyway, I was a little disappointed in that because it was a little hard to follow on the sheet. But I was going to borrow the same phrase that this man that just presented before me did, and he said, "You get what you pay for." And I want to say that while many Placer County citizens may not be paying enough attention to this issue, and they may not even understand the seriousness of this matter, and may not care, I do, because in 2016 and again in 2017, it became personal for me. In September of 2016, I was bitten by a bat that came into my house through the whole house fan. And got the bat in, and it was tested, and unfortunately, it tested positive for rabies. And once that result came in through the Placer County lab, which it came in very rapidly. It came in, the test itself, I was told, is a 5-hour test, and it came in immediately after those 5 hours. And I was told to rush to the hospital to get the inoculations because, once rabies gets into your blood, it travels through your body, and the idea is to stop it as quickly as possible from traveling to your brain and causing damage, because we all know rabies is fatal. There's no cure for that. So unless you've been through an experience like that, and most people never expect to, I certainly didn't, you don't know how frightening it is. I was on pins and needles, and the weird thing is it didn't just happen once, it happened again the year after. Only the second time, I wasn't bitten by the bat. The bat did come in my house again, and my dog had it in her mouth, and it was a dog that was behind on rabies vaccinations. So, I have other animals too, that indoor cats that were not quite up to date. And again, there was a lot of anxiety on my part, and again, because of the lab and their close proximity and not having to wait for delays that might occur through transport, it was a very quick response. And so I agree with the gentleman that spoke about, and I think Dr. Wakabongo did as well, about the fear factor. And I understand that there might be a certain amount of efficiency at this lab as far as their technology and such goes, but I too agree that there would be delays, and that from a personal perspective, I think there's a lot of anxiety that goes along with this kind of thing, and I think it would be a great loss to lose our own laboratory here in Placer County, and I plead with you to consider the option of keeping this lab here and expanding opportunities around that if possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I close the public hearing, is there anyone else? Oh, here we go.
Good morning. I'm not a public speaker, so I'm very nervous. So my name is Stephanie Stowell. I'm a lab technician for the Placer County Public Health Laboratory. I started working there in 2001. In the lab, we see ourselves as first responders. If there's an outbreak, we are ready to go. We have done it in the past, we can do it in the future. Are other first responders asked to generate revenue? The firefighters on the street corner collecting money in their boots, are they trying to earn their keep? We are a staff of 7 highly motivated and dedicated public servants. We go the extra mile. We serve and protect all of Placer County residents. Whether you're rich or poor, everybody can get sick. We are a staff of highly educated professionals and assistants. We are the kind of employee an organization would want to keep, but yet we might get laid off. Who's next? If there is no job security in Placer County, is Placer County still attracting highly motivated, educated, dedicated public servants? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Alrighty then, I will close the public hearing. Thank you for your comments. I have a couple questions. As far as Ms. Ireland talked about the rabies issue, is there an expedited process if something like that happened to get to Sacramento County?
Yeah, so absolutely, just the in rabies testing first, and bats are often assumed to be rabid. So kind of a public service is announcement is just assume that bats are rabid until proven otherwise. So in some cases, we might even recommend post-exposure prophylaxis. There are shots that you can get to even if you don't have a rabies vaccination history after a bite. And so but also. Sacramento County Public Health Lab does rabies testing as well, and that would be.
So if someone gets bit by a bat, regardless of whether it has rabies or not, they can go to the emergency room for this type of shot.
That's correct.
Just as a precaution.
Yeah, and they usually call me. Just had one this weekend, and we figure out what to do. And so that's kind of the message: is go to your doctor. Don't assume we need to even test. Same with dog bites. Is we try to avoid unnecessary testing when we can. But yeah, I think relative to Sacramento County, I think we do more rabies testing in Placer County. We test a lot here, and so that's one of the questions. Is I think we want to counsel the public and people who are sending tests to talk with public health first before automatically needing to get a test. But yes, that is a service that would be available under any of the options. Any of the regional labs provide rabies tests.
Okay, good. And then regarding about the question about regionalization of the Placer Lab, if that was an option, don't we have to rebuild the Placer Lab? I mean, it's pretty dilapidated, and we would have to rebuild it, and that'd be more costs. Is that a fair assumption?
That was my assumption. I think that staff talked about the possibility. We have the bioterrorism lab trailer, and moving that to another building. The medical clinic was suggested, but I would think even that type of model we would need to renovate a space. So not necessarily a new building, although I think that would be likely what the scenario. Eventually, we'd need to build a new building.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Euler.
Yep, a couple questions, kind of along the same lines, Supervisor Holmes. As a consumer of services myself, and obviously I've known of the existence of our public health lab for a lot of years. When I had to sell my house and I had to get my well tested, it never occurred to me to call the county. That gentleman right there actually came to my house and tested my well for me. From Auburn, I might add. He made it all the way down the hill to Granite Bay. And did the test in Granite Bay, and then took my money back to Auburn, as I did. When I get sick, it would never occur to me to contact the public health laboratory. I would call my healthcare provider. And so I happen to have a large healthcare provider that has a big facility in Roseville that starts with a K, but I won't name it. If I were to show up having been bitten by a skunk or something in the middle of the day and worried that the skunk might be rabid, if I went to that healthcare provider, what would they do with me?
So they likely would figure out whether actually a skunk would probably be okay, but but often they do call me,
in
right?
the middle of the day?
Yeah.
A rabid skunk with big nasty teeth.
Okay, yeah. But
because it bit me. Oh, got it. Good one.
Nicely done.
Good one. Highbrow humor. I'm not used to that.
So your healthcare provider likely would figure out what to do, and that might involve testing. I will say for rabies testing, it's one of the few tests that, to Dr. Wakabongo's point, that the private labs really don't typically do. So there absolutely is a role for a public health lab, and doing rabies testing is one of those functions.
I'm assuming they would draw blood or something, and they would send it to somebody who does that test.
Yeah, well, they would have to get a sample from the skunk.
Skunk, not from me. Okay, great. I'm still struggling with this notion of what services under option 3, what services are not going to be provided to folks? And I'm not hearing that there are any services that are not going to be provided to folks.
That's correct.
And now I'll just, my comments to the folks that have been providing these services, which we do appreciate. My philosophy as a member of this Board of Supervisors, going back to when I was first elected in 1992, has always been government is in the business to provide service to people who pay for it. And you folks have provided a service. But now we have another option that, from a fiduciary standpoint, we have an obligation to take a look at. Because while government is in the business of providing services, government shouldn't just be in the business of trying to provide jobs. My opinion. That having been said, you folks are well-educated, motivated, well-skilled. I have no doubt that you will be successful in other areas and other venues. I have no doubt that your services will be in demand and that you will be successful with this transition. And our job, however, is to look at an increase, not just in public health, but across the entire spectrum of services that we provide here in Placer County, from public health to roads to sheriff's, district attorney, all the rest. Look at increasing demands for services with diminishing and uncertain revenues in the future and try to make the best decision. So please don't take this personally as we make these business decisions here. We know it impacts you personally. Every member of our board struggles with the fact that it impacts people personally. But we've got to make a decision that we believe is in the best interest of all taxpayers within Placer County, not just those people that are currently providing this service.
Supervisor Duran.
You know, change always affects people, you know, differently. I've had both the unpleasantness of having to issue pink slips to 47 teachers when I was on the Board of Education about 8 years ago. Fortunately, you know, after we issued them as a board, we were able to rescind them. But it's that, you know, the unknown, a change in your lives, a change in, we understand that. You know, when I was at the AG's office, I got a pink slip, and that's how I ended up into private practice. You know, so it's not fun. It's not anything that I would recommend. But I do believe that despite change happening, that there can be some good outcomes for that change. My job as a member of the Board of Supervisors is to take a dollar and try to use it as best as possible. And to answer your question about the firemen, we still ask them to, you know, cut, you know, they're still asked to cut things as well. You know, whether it's staffing, whether it's, you know, we even had to close or put on a temporary status one of our fire stations. I think it was Ophir, right? Yeah. For a while. I mean, that it does happen to fire people and other types of people. And I looking at the report, you know, I think there's been irrespective of whether you appreciate the first report that this data was based on, I think they've looked high and low to try to make this work. I would agree that if it was in our program and had we had more discussion, maybe a blown up health lab would be something of the course that we might have endeavored to, but we never had that discussion. So it comes down to basically this. We've got dollars to spend, and I don't see this as much of a you know, getting out of the business as changing the method of getting service is what it is. And unfortunately, there's a downside to that, in that we've got 7 folks here that are going to be displaced. So at the end of the spectrum, you know, my choice is, okay, do I take that $1 million and put it in to a position and put it into a play and leverage that to spend on majority of folks in Placer County, or do I continue to subsidize, if you will, and I know that's a bad word in this context, this operation. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, I've got to go where I get the biggest bang for the buck. And I know that doesn't give a whole lot of people any solace, and I know you've done tremendous work for us in the past, and the lab has done tremendous work from the past, but that's kind of why, that's where I'm going. I don't want to go there, but I don't think I have any choice. So that's what I had to say.
Thank you. Supervisor Weigand?
Just to map onto those comments, it appears to me that we're, for all of us, including those of us here, experience a 20-year economic trend essentially that argues that the cost effectiveness is in dealing with labs that do volumes. And I just quickly looked at some numbers, but if you compare Placer's employment base with Sacramento's, the two most extreme, with about 70% more employees, they're doing about 560% more samples tested. And it's even more glaring if you look at the volume of their test. And so I'm sure that has to do with technology and just the economy of scale. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the quality of our employees or your productivity. So I wanted to communicate that. But the same thing, our job is to make sure we use our taxpayers' dollars most effectively for the same levels of service or some variation on that theme. And I clearly know we're going to be challenged with meeting our other responsibilities that relates to health and human services, particularly in light of the posturing of the state and other trends that are occurring. So I wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Mr. Chairman, we've already obviously conducted the public hearing, so I guess we're down to authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services to conclude the negotiations, execute a contract with Sacramento County for the public health lab services for the period identified, as well as designating Department of Health and Human Services, or Health and Human, as the agency to provide 24-hour information services regarding the closure of the Placer County Lab and associated direction, and then adopting the resolution delegating the authority to the county executive officer to direct the Health and Human Services Director to lay off the Placer County Health Laboratory employees per item 4, and so I would move approval of all 3 items.
And I'd like to include in the motion the closure of the public health laboratory.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Second.
Okay, but there's motion and second. Under comment, I just want to make a comment that local governments are faced with making these choices that aren't easy, but we're in a time of limited resources. We can't rely on state or federal government to bail us out. We've used this example for the animal shelter in the Tahoe region. We partnered with the town of Truckee to provide animal services to reduce the cost of Placer County taxpayers. The city of Rockland and the city of Lincoln are sharing a fire chief because they have the same issues of limited resources. And there's all kinds of examples throughout the state of California where we have to go and start looking at our partners for help with these issues that we can provide a better service, not only for the county, but regionally. And so I just wanted to say that while we're under this discussion. So now we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any opposition? Any, what do you call that? Abstentions, yeah. All right, thank you. The motion is passed. Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate it. How are we doing? How am I doing? Okay. Now we're gonna go to another last. All right, we'll now move to our next timed item. This is we're asked to accept the fiscal year 2016-17 Placer County Older Adult Advisory Commission Annual Report, accept the 5-year plan for meeting the needs of a growing senior population in Placer County, recommendations and implementations annual update. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Colby Hightoff. I am a new manager to Placer County with the Adult System of Care Older Adult Services. We have 2 items to present to you today. First, Eldon Luce, former chair of the Older Adult Advisory Commission, will be providing their annual report, and then I will be providing an update regarding the recommendations and implementation of Placer County's 5-year plan for meeting the needs of a growing senior population. I'll turn it over to you, Eldon.
Mr. Luce.
Hi. Hello. I was listening to the retirement and thinking 30 years, that's really a long time. And because we've only been at this with this commission for 13 years, and that seems like a long time. So I've worked with all of you, actually, everybody here, including Jerry, except for Mr. Leopold. Welcome and congratulations. It's a great county to work in. I'll cut this as short as possible because a lot of it you've heard. You hear it every time I come before you. But I'm going to start today by saying that everything that you did today and most everything, all the decisions you make affect our older adult population dramatically, actually. And why is that? Well, as you see in the report, right around 93,000 people in our county right now are over 60 years old. 30%, a little more than 30% of our adult population. You hear that from me a lot. Why is it important? Because the decisions you make are for our community, and when you make those decisions, you're affecting 30% of the adults right now, and next year it will be 104,600 older adults in this county in the next year. So for the report that we're talking about today, it was just a mere 30% of the population that you serve. So, and those changes already are having a dramatic effect on almost everything we do. It's on businesses, on first responders, so law enforcement, on all the social services that are required to serve that population, which is being challenged in a number of areas. And as you can see by our report, we did a lot last year and accomplished a lot last year. And this year, we're working already on the major goal for this year, as you see in our report, is to look at this entity that you created 13 years ago, which has been very successful, in my opinion. But now with the new population, with the county's 5-year vision, our vision for older adults, which we've advocated for and really appreciate having in place, things may have changed. So we're going to spend a year looking at your commission, its role, its membership, and if necessary, and working closely with HHS and Adult System of Care on the vision, and how do we fit into that? How can we best assist you and the department in realizing that vision, which we hope, the goal eventually is to end up as a age-friendly county as defined by the World Health Organization. Right now we have one entity, one jurisdiction in our county, and that's Roseville, that has gained that jurisdictional, the city as age-friendly. We'd like to see our county be one of the first as a county, and we know there's other counties working on it as well. So that's what our role is going to be over this coming year, what's left of it. So the reason I'm reporting today, because I'm no longer the chair of the commission, I termed out in June. Jamie Horning is your new chair of your commission. And so this will be my last of 13 visits in front of you. I think I made them all, giving this report. but I'll be there to support whatever is being done and is done. I'm still a member of the commission. So let me, first, before I go for the last time, to again thank the board for creating this organization, for listening to it, for supporting it with staff, and the Department of Health and Human Services from the very beginning that has been supportive and providing through adult system of care membership and to the commission itself, and it's in really, really good hands. It's in really good hands. So let me just have the people that are here for this presentation just stand, and I want to introduce, come on, stand up. You too, Pam. Thank you. Jamie, who you know, is your new chair.
Hey, Jamie.
And has been since June. And I want to introduce Pam Miller. I don't know how many of you know Pam. Pam is our Agency on Aging Executive Director. And our Agency on Aging serves 7 counties. And we're well represented there. Thank you. And thank you. With that, comments, questions?
Any comments, questions for? No, personally, oh, Kirk, go ahead.
Hey, the only question is thank you.
Yeah.
For your years of dedicated service. It's always been a pleasure having you show up in front of our board and reminding us of the need that you and your group represent, and helping us keep an eye to delivering a high level of service in that regard. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're not getting any younger either. Personally, I want to thank you, your leadership, particularly on the area for Agency on Aging. I rely on you for your wisdom and participation in that. So thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to come forward and speak on behalf of the Older Adult Advisory Commission? Well, shall we take action then? Yeah, we're going to accept the... Yeah. All righty. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. The motion is approved. But wait, there's more.
There it is.
I just happen to have
a
commendation. In a matter of a commendation recognizing Eldon Luce for over 30 years of service, advocating on behalf of older adults and individuals living with disabilities. Now, I think it would be appropriate if you came forward and stood at the lectern, if you're able. Come on, I'm up there too. Whereas Eldon Luce, in a matter of a commendation recognizing, I already read that. Whereas Eldon Luce started his career as Executive Director for the San Mateo County Independent Living Center. Throughout his career, he led in roles as Executive Director of the first IHSS Public Authority and administered a total of 3 successful public authorities, for example, San Mateo County, Contra Costa, and Placer counties. And whereas Eldon Luce continued his work as a dedicated advocate long after retirement through advocacy in Washington, D.C. to support policy changes, facilitating, planning, and implementing older adult and disability services in the states of Washington and Oregon and numerous counties throughout California. And whereas Eldon Luce has faithfully served for multiple decades with integrity, compassion, and dedication, and through his devotion and commitment has empowered thousands of older adults and those living with disabilities to maintain their dignity and lead more productive lives. And whereas Eldon Luce is recognized as a distinguished leader championing and participating in multiple groups, committees, commissions, and councils, and is instrumental in bringing improvement and change to numerous issues facing the elderly and disabled communities. And whereas Eldon Luce exemplifies true guiding principles through his passionate advocacy, and I've witnessed that, actions, trustworthiness, compassion, professionalism, and leadership. And whereas Eldon Luce has earned the respect, admiration and gratitude of his colleagues as a leader with his strong sense of responsibility and dedication to the welfare of the community. And whereas the County of Placer wishes to join Seniors First in honoring Eldon Luce as an individual who has dedicated himself to enhancing and improving the health, safety, and overall well-being and quality of life for older adults and persons with disabilities. Now therefore let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer on behalf of the citizens of Placer County at a regular meeting held February 6, and hereby commends Eldon Luce for his dedicated, outstanding public service to Placer County. It is my great honor to present this to you, Mr. Luce.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. I'm surprised and honored, deeply honored. Thank you very much. I can't think.
Oh, we need to get Jamie in there.
Dennis, look at that. Thank you. Do I get a copy?
Of this?
Picture? No,
Oh, a copy of the
this, I
picture.
know you already gave me this. You're not getting it back.
You're welcome to say a few words.
I can't say much more than I am surprised and I am honored. And again, what a great place this county is. You know, we have such a great system of county, and I worked in it for 10 years, and as mentioned, I've worked a lot of places. And I can truly say this was the best experience for me in every way. And it's probably why I couldn't quit and couldn't say no after I retired 7 years ago. And I'm still here. We live here. We love it here. But in the nonprofit world that I work with, you mentioned the challenges. You know, we all have them. There's greater and greater need and fewer resources, it seems. We understand that. We're working together to coordinate more closely, to collaborate more closely as a service community and see where we can do better with what we have, because we have a greater need and no more resources. So we have to find a way to do the best we can. So, and I know you'll be part of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody behind me too.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Eldon. All right, and Colby, it was nice to.
Yes. Oh, I got a little short presentation.
Oh, okay,
Indulge
sorry.
me, yeah. Just real quick, it's an update on the 5-year plan.
Oh.
Placer County's 5-year plan for meeting the needs of a growing senior population was presented to the board in January of 2017 and was based on the World Health Organization's Global Age-Friendly Cities Project and the AARP Livable Community Survey. Through this work, 8 key domains of community life for older adults were identified and used to define communities as age-friendly. The 8 domains are communication and information, transportation, housing, community and health services, social participation, respect and inclusion, civic participation and employment, and outdoor spaces and buildings. The 5-year plan is intended to be a dynamic document that will be informed by ongoing community participation. Adult System of Care is working very closely with the Older Adult Advisory Commission to implement this plan. While the plan's action steps begin in year 2, I would like to highlight some of the work that was accomplished this first year. In the area of communication and information, we have identified that a centralized point of contact for information and assistance related to older adults is needed in Placer County. Many older adults are not tech savvy and don't utilize or have access to the internet to locate resources. Many prefer to pick up the phone and speak to someone when seeking assistance and information. So we are investigating models that provide this type of personal assistance, such as a 211 service and an aging and disability resource center. We will continue to work in this area to identify the best solutions and keep the board apprised. In the area of community and health services, we have been striving to increase recruitment of in-home supportive services, or IHSS, care providers. There's a limited number of non-relative care providers compared to IHSS consumers in Placer County. In addition, the Adult System of Care has increased IHSS care provider support by implementing a registration, enrollment, video, and appointment website called REVA to streamline the public authority's provider registry enrollment process. REVA also expedites the public authority's ability to match IHSS caregivers to IHSS consumers so they can start receiving the care they need. In the area of respect and social inclusion, the adult system of care has continued to take action to increase recognition of older adults' contribution to the community through the Senior Peer Counseling Program. This program is a free, confidential, in-home peer support program for Placer County residents aged 55 years or better who are dealing with age-related adjustment issues. A video was produced with testimony from both senior peer counselors and their clients, which was shared widely via the county newsletter and across social media. The program's coordinator was also invited on the local radio station program, A Time for Seniors, to discuss the Senior Peer Counseling Program. The program was also featured in an article with the local newspaper, The Village Courier. The marketing of the Senior Peer Counseling has been very successful, and the program is thriving with 16 active peer counselors and 22 clients. In the area of outdoor spaces and buildings, the adult system of care is focused on older adult safety in the community and in their homes. We implemented a pilot program called Safely Out, which provided approximately 3,000 kits to the county's IHSS clients that assist first responders with a quick notification if a vulnerable person needs help or has already been evacuated during a disaster. The kits were distributed throughout Placer County, and the rural Tahoe region was made a priority in light of the recent wildfires. During the second year of the 5-year plan, the Older Adult Advisory Commission will take a lead role, and the 8 domains will be assigned to the membership for further implementation. The Adult System of Care will continue to support the plan through its work, assist the Advisory Commission in making connections in the community, and revise the plan as needs assessment continues. I look forward to providing the board with future updates annually. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Colby? Seeing none. Supervisor, did your motion include the acceptance of the 5-year plan?
You know, I had intended it to be so, but we'll go ahead and dignify this one with its own separate motion.
Okay.
Acceptance of the 5-year plan.
Okay. Moved and seconded to accept the 5-year plan for meeting the needs of the growing senior population in Placer County. Recommendations and implementation annual update. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion is passed. Thank you so much, and thanks for presenting. It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck, Eldon.
Thank you.
All right. All righty. Now we'll move to item 6 in department items. Public Works and Facilities, Placer County Assessors Remodel Award Bid to Bill Litchfield Construction of Grass Valley, California. Mr. Unholz.
Chairman Holmes, members of the board, I'm Rob Unholz, Capital Improvements Manager with DPWF. Today we're asking that your board award the bid for the assessors remodel in the Finance Administration Building to Bill Litchfield Construction Incorporated in the amount of $452,940.39, and authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to execute the contract subject to County Council and Risk Management's concurrence and any necessary change orders consistent with the County Purchasing Manual and Section 20142 of the Public Contract Code. This project is funded in the 2017-18 Capital Projects Fund. On November 14th, your board, 2017, your board approved plans and specification, authorized staff to solicit bids. Solicitations were advertised in accordance with the Public Contract Code, and bid documents were sent to 14 building exchanges and viewed by 34 trade contractors on public purchase. Bids were opened on December 19th, 2017, resulting in 7 bids. The apparent responsive and responsible low bidder is Bill Litchfield Construction Incorporated of Grass Valley. This project will modify the existing assessor's public lobby on the second floor of the finance building to create a new large conference room that presently is unavailable in the facility. A new assessor's lobby will be constructed on the second floor main lobby. The new public counter will provide increased convenience to the public and bullet-resistant walls and transaction windows for safety and security of the staff. The new lobby will also include 2 public computer workstations. The assessor's first floor office space will be modified to accommodate the need for additional private offices and systems furniture reconfiguration to accommodate additional staff. Your board approved the purchase of that systems furniture earlier this morning as part of the consent agenda. The estimated total project cost is $851,066, including $452,940.39 for construction, $398,125.61 for design, project management, systems, furniture, force account, and contingencies. Project is included in the 17-18 Capital Projects Fund. In order to proceed, staff recommends that your board award the bid for the assessor's remodel project, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from board members? Seeing none, anyone in the public wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the item number 6, Placer County Assessor's Remodel Award Bid to build electrical construction of Grass Valley. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion is passed. We'll now move to item 6B, County-wide Job Ordering Contracting Project Award Bid to Fregoso Builders Incorporated of Sacramento.
This request is for your board to approve the award of bid to Fregoso Builders Incorporated for job order contracting in an amount not to exceed $1 million for a 12-month period from the date of the first notice to proceed issued under the contract, and authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to execute a contract subject to County Council and Risk Management's concurrence, and to sign job orders up to $250,000 and approve any supplemental job orders consistent with the County Purchasing Manual and Section 20142 of the Public Contract Code. Fregoso Builders will be assigned a minimum of $50,000 in job orders over the course of the contract. On September 5th, 2017, your board approved plans and specifications and authorized solicitations for job order contracting. The bids were opened by procurement on September 28th, 2017, resulting in 5 bids. The 2 apparent responsive and responsible low bidders were North Star Construction and Engineering, located in Yuba City, and Federal Solutions Corporation, located in San Ramon. We successfully executed a contract with North Star Construction, and on November 14th, your board approved the award of bids for those 2 companies. Federal Solutions was not responsive to the timeframes required in the contract, requiring bonds and insurance within 10 days. After several inquiries and requests for the bonds, they were received some 30 days later. And at this time, we now request that your board award to the next lowest responsible and responsive bidder, Fregoso Builders Incorporated in Sacramento. Public Works and Facilities recommends that your board authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to execute job orders with Fregoso Builders up to $250,000 for approved and funded projects and maintenance work. The department will return to your board for authorization of job orders that do not meet this criteria and are over the $250,000 threshold. It's requested that your board award the bid pursuant to the County Purchasing Policy Manual. The estimated total cost of job orders awarded under this contract is anticipated to be $1 million, although we reserve the right to come back with an amendment to your board for up to the $4.3 million, which is currently in the public contract code. Contractors provide a delivery method for projects deemed appropriate and included in the DPWF 2017-18 budget in various capital projects. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions regarding item 6B, 1 and 2? Seeing none, anyone in the audience? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to board for action. It's been moved and seconded to approve countywide job ordering contracting award bids to Vergoso Builders Incorporated of Sacramento. Items 1 and 2, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, the item is moved. Thank you, Mr. Humbles.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to item 6C, countywide parks, trails, and open space master plan update. We're going to receive a report on the progress of the countywide parks, trails, and open space master plan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Andy Fisher, your Parks Administrator. I'll go ahead and stand. We've been sitting for quite a while. In the spirit of parks, if you so desire, let me know. I'd be happy to lead you in jumping jacks if you need to stand up and stretch for a while. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and move right on. It's a great time, really, for parks and trails in Placer County. And one of the tools that you have given us to chart our course for the future of parks and trails, in 2016, you gave us the resources to embark on our first ever Park and Trail Master Plan. I'm here with Stephanie Grigsby today, the principal of our Design Workshop, who is helping us with that Parks Master Plan, along with Pros Consulting, who do consulting of parks all over the country. Since 2016, we have been very busy collecting information on the Park and Trail Master Plan, and now we're really at a milestone. We've collected a great deal of data. We're in the middle of analysis of that data, and we're about to start drafting the plan itself. So our goal today is to come and bring you up to speed of where we've been, what we've done so far, and make sure that we're headed in the right direction as we go on from here. And now, recreation in Placer County is not just a function of Placer County as an agency. It's a team effort. You can see on that map, our facilities are in orange, but all of those shaded facilities are recreation facilities from state and local, district, school districts, all together making up the robust recreation system that we have within Placer County. Trails, open space, landscape areas, and parks. Right now, Placer County and our agencies together maintain altogether over 35,000 acres of open space with trails, over 600 acres of parks, active parks, 69 acres of beaches, and just Placer County alone maintains 106 miles of trail. We're still in the process of analyzing what all of our partner agencies maintain along with us in the areas of trails. Recreation is exceedingly important to the residents of Placer County. You can see in a survey that we released last year, the respondents of Placer County are out in the outdoors constantly, walking, hiking, enjoying swimming and beaches, all kinds of outdoor activities. Our residents defy a lot of the unhealthy trends in our country. Trends of obesity, trends of inactivity. We defy those trends here in Placer County. Over 85% of adults within any given month outside enjoying activities. And I like this statistic a lot. 79%, almost 80% of our 7th graders meet fitness requirements. I think that's probably rare within our United States. So with this plan, what do we want to get out of this plan? We want to answer several questions in a big way. What's available now? That's what we've been concentrating on so far, the inventory of our own facilities, but also our partner and state agencies. We're also interested in the federal agencies, the national forests and so forth. We have not included the numbers in some of these slides from federal agencies just because they're so large, but it's not that they're not important. So we're inventorying what our partners do, looking at how we compare to other agencies that are doing great work in parks and trails, talking to people about the future demand through public outreach and surveys and trend analysis, community by community, what are the demands for the future? And then revenue. Of course, it's all fun until you have to start talking about money, but we do need to talk about money. Within that plan, we're not starting from nowhere. Your board has set up some very robust systems of fee programs and assessments and been generous with the general fund and other sources of revenue that have enabled us to be where we are today and also chart the future for future development as it comes along. So we have some aspirational plans that we want to roll out and get your input and the input of the community, but not starting from nowhere, not plans that are pie in the sky. So also want to look at the feasibility of what we plan to do. One of the big reasons that we started on a master plan in the first place was to separate out what was doable from the impractical. Looking, for example, at different community plan trail maps, which of the trails that we look to today make sense, which are unlikely due to property ownership or topography. Same with park facilities. We want to be aspirational, but and we expect there to be some challenges, but we don't want to be in a position where there's too many conflicts or too unreasonable, too grand, where they tend to lose respect for the plan as a whole. And also prioritization. Another very important thing that led us to this plan, where in the past, most recreational projects, they would receive a level of public support, some community leaders would rise up, resources would come together, and that's how we chose projects to go forward with. And that's great. That's you could say that we've maximized opportunities, but as we've come before decision makers, we've heard more and more, this sounds like a great idea, but compared to what? Is there a better idea coming along, next week or next month? And so one of the questions we want to answer and produce out of this plan is a capital improvement program where people can see down the road what is needed, what's necessary, and compare ideas before you today with the ideas that are out there in the future. What sounds good, but compared to what? Project delivery, once we find out what the needs are and what is feasible, how do we deliver those projects? What kind of resources are needed? How do we position ourselves for grants? That sort of thing. Maintenance, over the past 5 years, Placer County has gone from an all-staff maintenance performance. We've entered into contracts for maintaining a lot of our facilities. We've been very happy with those results. We've got some experience with it. We see now where contractors are very efficient, where our staff is very efficient. We've seen savings, considerable savings, and learned a lot. Now we want to be positioned going into the future, not only to maintain what we have, but to be prepared for what's coming online in the future. And then the policies that go along with that, such as the general plan, we also want to address in this plan. So here's what we've done so far today. As in the realm of collecting inventory information, our service level standards today from the general plan call for 5 acres per 1,000 residents of active parkland, 5 acres of passive, and 1 mile of recreational trail. And you can see in the middle column there what we do as an agency. We service 1.6 acres of parks per 1,000 residents, but with our agency partners all together, we come up to that service level standard. Now, since our 1994 standards in open space, which called for 5 acres per 1,000 people, we've seen an incredible rising of popularity and people getting out into open space and trails. So just us as an agency are maintaining over 16 acres, together with state and other agencies over 321 acres, so clearly we need to rethink the meaning of that service level standard and the value of open space. We don't have a standard for beaches, but we do have 0.6 acres per 1,000 residents of beaches, and we're just us as an agency maintaining that mile of trails per 1,000 residents. We've also gone out and done quite a bit of benchmark data, looking at some other agencies that we relate to that have commonality with us. We looked at Roseville and Folsom for their robust, respected programs that they have. Sonoma and Riverside were counties similar in population and culture and terrain and so forth. Cosumnes Community Service District serving Elk Grove, Cordova, both of those in growing communities similar to our West Placer area right now. East Bay Regional, widely respected trail and open space manager, and then Mammoth Lakes, who's also a resort community, similar to our Tahoe area. I do have it on good authority. We may have just come into some information on what Adams County, Colorado is doing, so maybe we'll get some insight there, help us out, and that would be great. We've also done a demographic survey, so we know to help us analyze who it is that we serve. Our consultants have also done a qualitative inventory assessment and come away with some takeaways. Design workshop, again, with Pros Consulting, folks who do this all over the country. Some of their observations is that our parks are good, but there's some room for improvement, some deferred maintenance opportunities. The deferred maintenance in some areas is starting to show. The value of joint use partnerships is apparent in the facilities we have, like shared with Franklin School or Feist Park, the way we have today. We've also set up our development agreements going forward, built for joint use with schools in the future. Also notice that our parks offer a good range of opportunities, but there's some room to start looking at some of the more up-and-coming opportunities that we don't serve very well. Bocce ball, pickleball. We opened our first court in Squaw Valley a couple years ago. Dog amenities becoming more and more popular, and then fields for things like lacrosse and rugby. So opportunities for some of the more up-and-coming features that people are demanding in parks. Also deferred in the realm of deferred maintenance. It's a little nebulous to say that they're looking a little aged. We are looking at specific areas that have been deferred since the recession, or areas that we've not developed a standard program for deferred maintenance. So these are some of the areas that we want to focus on going forward. The community engagement that we've done so far, we have reached out to 124 different organizations to participate in focus groups. 80 people have responded. Many of those 80s represent more than one organization. So we believe we've got a good cross-section of people that we have met with, we continue to engage with in their areas of expertise. Those are user groups, other agencies, that kind of thing. We've also been to all 16 of the MACs, and we're about to start again, going back and updating the MACs, similar to what we're doing for you here today. And we have a website set up. We've also done interviews with county staff to get their expertise. Last year, we also had an online survey for about a month. We received 3,000 participants, a little over 3,000 participants in that survey. So we were pleased with that. About 2,400 completed the entire survey. The Nexus, that's 600 or so, they answered the portions they thought were most relevant to themselves. Came away with some good takeaways from those surveys, and that's what I want to focus on the next couple minutes in wrapping up some of the things between the focus groups and the surveys that we have heard so far. Just general initiatives throughout the county, some general takeaways from those surveys. Trails in every category, every question we could ask, trails were important. Every type of user, from equestrians to hikers to bicyclists, all over the county in every area, trails were just important. They showed up prominently everywhere. The survey respondents agreed with our consultants' estimation of the quality, that they're good quality parks, but there is some need for improvements. There's some room for improvements. And interest in some initiative things, not necessarily projects, but just what we're doing now, doing it better mapping and communications. Continued emphasis on water and energy efficient measures were popular. Development of a volunteer program was popular. When we asked the relative importance of spending of revenue for public parks, 61% told us that parks, trails, and open space were either high or essential for revenue. So I wanted to just leave this up for like 10 minutes as we go into next budget cycle, just kind of marinate on this for a little bit. I know it's shameless. My apologies to the other departments. And then when we also asked priorities for park budgeting, so is it more important that we focus on what we have to maintain it better, or be visionary and look to the future, buy land while it's available, that kind of thing? We got very mixed results, high interest in both of those things, a priority for both of those things, or kind of a balanced approach to both of those things. We asked people what prevents you from using the parks even more than you do. And some of the and what we got back from that was in areas of trails, parking, crowding was one of the major obstacles. We've experienced that ourselves at Hidden Falls Regional Park. I drive through the Auburn State Rec area every day, and I've seen the crowding down there. So the demand and the people coming to use these facilities, particularly the trails and outdoor areas, very, very crowded, and we're looking for solutions, still looking for solutions at Hidden Falls and other areas that we maintain, expanding Hidden Falls Regional Park right now to accommodate some more folks. And also trail connectivity. People told us that if trails connected, if the gaps were closed, that there would be more opportunity for them to use those facilities. We asked, what are the priority improvements? We asked on a local scale and also county-wide, what are some of the most important things? Again, trails. In every category, trails show up, including bicycle skills course, some trails designed specifically for bikes, and again, wayfinding and signage, doing a better job there. And then in the area of trails, I wanted to take a moment to focus on this trail system. This is the first time that we have had the opportunity to do a completely county-wide backbone trail system. Previously, all of our trail planning has been done within the community plans. Since the community plans don't cover the entire county, there's always been gaps within our trail system. So this map depicts, and this is a draft, just kind of rolling it out for the public to review and give us their input, as well as you, some of the major backbone trails that we aspire to, that we're looking at throughout the county. I'll draw your attention, and I'll point here over on this map, if I can, to the very south part of the county going into Sacramento County. I'm not seeing that show up too well. The American River Parkway, along the American River, very regionally well-known parkway. In our plans, and we've been working on this for years, we would connect that trail. It's a paved Class 1 trail through the communities of Granite Bay, through Roseville, through Dry Creek, West Placer, and Sacramento's doing their part to connect it. So it's a one-way out and back. American River Parkway now would become a major metropolitan regional loop through the entire area. Your board's approval of plans in West Placer, Placer Vineyards, and Riolo Vineyards will require building of the sections of trail through those areas. Also, the trail along the entirety of Lake Tahoe, called the Lake Tahoe Bikeway, another separated Class 1 trail. It's been happening in segments since the 1970s. If you've been between Incline and Sand Harbor this year in Nevada, you'll see a really exceptional section being built. We are, at Placer County, as an agency, building a 2-mile section of that trail near Dollar Point this year. So we've been participating in segments of that trail. And then to the northwest, another trail, another loop, that we call the Resort Triangle, which would join the communities of Squaw Valley, Truckee, North Star, Kings Beach, Tahoe City, working on that trail in segments, working with North Star Community Service District on a segment called the Martis Valley Trail in segments as we go. Plans to go into Nevada County all the way down to Reno and Pyramid Lake, called the Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway. The trails in brown are some world-renowned trails you probably already be familiar with. The Tahoe Rim Trail, the Pacific Crest Trail, the Western States Trail. What's new in this plan, we've been working on a trail over Donner Summit, called the Memorial Overland Immigrant Trail from Donner Lake to Kingvale since 2009. We're proposing a trail now to take that all the way to Auburn. It would be an alternative to the Western States Tevis Trail along the I-80 corridor and or the Bear River corridor. Finally, when we take our trails within Hidden Falls Regional Park, our trails within Winchester, and trails within Auburn State Recreation Area, it doesn't seem too out of line to be looking north and south along the foothills, where Nevada County and the Bear Yuba Land Trust is looking at connections all the way to the Spenceville Wildlife Area in Yuba County. El Dorado County, state parks, and BLM have done a great job of connecting trails from the Auburn State Rec area almost all the way down to Placerville. So it's beginning to see a foothill area alignment, maybe the Gold Rush Trail or something like that. So that's the excitement of a countywide trail plan that we're working on right now. We did break the county up into 6 geographic areas and asked them by communities within those areas, what are some of your high importance projects that you want to see on the ground. So in the West Placer area, Hidden Falls Regional Park expansion, Dry Creek Park Phase 2, which has already come with funding from development fees, secondary phase to a park that we opened a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. The Dry Creek Greenway is the name for that trail I just referred to that will connect to the American River Bikeway. And I wanted to mention the major development projects coming online over the next 30 years with with development agreements. Placer Vineyards, Riolo Vineyards, Bickford Ranch, Placer Ranch, and Regional University come with a vigorous, over $100 million program for building parks and trails and dedicating open space within their areas. That all comes with the fee programs and the maintenance support, funding for maintenance that your board has adopted. And in fact, a brand new Park and Rec district for Placer Vineyards that will be coming to us within the next months. So, like I said, while we have aspirational plans, it's not with no resources. A lot of the upfront work for years has been set up to service Parks and Rec for the growing part of Placer County, for sure. We're also working on a Hidden Falls regional expansion from its present 1,200 acres to enlarge to 4,000 acres. Lisa Carnahan here to my left is the project manager on that exciting project, and we're expecting that EIR to be done this year. So some important things already in the making. Granite Bay Loomis, of all areas within Placer County, values their sports. We've had just recently a great opportunity that may bring together some of these demands that they have. Eureka School has come to us and said we have a school that's no longer being used as a school, but we have a lot of infrastructure, parking, gymnasium, restroom, recreation room area. If the county could partner with us on development of some fields, we could open those up to the public. So some of those important ideas to Granite Bay and Loomis we're exploring right now, and hopefully those will come to good fruition. Auburn Meadow Vista, again, the Hidden Falls Regional Park expansion, because it's so large, spans several areas. Our major partner in this area, Auburn Recreation District, has projects in their 10, 20-year plan that they're looking for, including the 24-acre park next to their regional park in unincorporated Placer County right now. Beg your pardon. On the west slope, we have two major, two amenities for us. Oh, thank you, thank you. The Dutch Flat Pool and the Applegate Park are the two county parks that we maintain within our area. You heard this morning the importance of the Dutch Flat Pool, and even I learned this morning what an educational opportunity is through the lifeguard program that was the beginning of education for our assistant CEDRA director. So that's an important amenity that we want to support. The Emigrant Trail that I mentioned will eventually be enlarged. We're also building sections of the Emigrant Trail this year. And I am wrapping up quickly. Colfax Skate Park has been in the works since they closed the pool in Colfax, and they're working on a grassroots effort led by our very own Deputy Sergeant Ty Connors, working on that park in the city of Colfax. Also a demand for neighborhood parks that we've heard for years along the west slope where they don't exist today. In Forest Hill Park, trail staging and connectivity are important in the disposition of their swimming pool over time. And then finally, in Tahoe, some of the projects I've already mentioned, along with some more aspirational projects that have come up, an aquatic center, recreation center, covered sports pavilion, that really are just in their infancy of planning and feasibility right now. I included snow removal on trails not because it's a facility, but because it's a rapidly growing activity and popularity. Fairly expensive, so we want to be strategic about where we do that and how. And beach access and dog facilities, also popular in the high country. And finally, our last slide, where are we going from here? So we want to take and refine what we've heard on the implementation and finance plan, what you might call the capital improvement plan, put numbers to these facilities that I just showed you, look at it against the available revenue, bring that back to your board, since I think that'll be such an important item of the master plan going forward. So we expect to be back with that in spring with a more detailed plan, and then have a draft master plan this summer. We want to follow the review of the draft master plan with environmental review so that at the end of this plan, it is ready for implementation. If your board desires, it could be turned right into a general plan amendment. It could clear some of our near-term projects to get them on the ground faster. And then following that, we would look at an update of our fee programs, both development fees and then fees and rents that we charge. And with that, I thank you for bearing with me in the afternoon, and so I'll turn it back.
Thank you for your very detailed report. Any comments from board members? Seeing none, anybody in the audience wish to address us on this item? Again, thank you. I want to thank you, Andy, and your staff for all the leadership you've taken on this. It's a great resource for Placer County, and we look forward to working with you further as we go. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that very much.
You betcha. And now, we will move to item 7, County Executive, Placer County 2018 Legislative Advocacy. Mr. Joel Joyce. You got 5 minutes.
I'll try. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of your board, Todd, Jerry, Joel Joyce, the County Executive Office. I'm before you today to ask your approval of the 2018 legislative platform and ask staff to conduct the advocacy program on behalf of the platform. As your board is aware, the platform serves as a basis for the county's advocacy efforts with executive and legislative branches of the state and federal government. The platform continues to be streamlined to allow for targeted advocacy efforts and specific proposals while providing flexibility through general principles. Staff continues to work with your board, the county advocacy consultants, and departments to sponsor, support, and oppose legislation, address policy, rules, laws, and regulations, and defend county local authority and resources. Before we get to the platform, I want to take a moment to update your board on recent events happening in Washington, D.C. and Sacramento since I was before your board last month. As you are aware, the federal government has shut down and reopened again with the passing of a continuing resolution. Congress did punt a few major sticking points to later this week, actually, where another threat of a federal government shutdown looms. However, there is rumor that a continuing resolution will be passed and that funding will be extended through mid-March. Congress, with the January passing of the continuing resolution, did pass and reauthorize Children's Health Insurance Plan for the next 6 years at current federal matching rates. And this does save money to the state of California's general fund. Also on the horizon, D.C. is raising the debt limit. The borrowing limit was reached in early December of 2017, and the U.S. Treasury Department has been using accounting maneuvers to pay its bills. It is expected that the debt limit, the government will run out of money in the next few weeks. On top of all this, Congress continues to work through a March 5th presidential imposed deadline to come up with a type of deal on the Deferred Action for Trial Heard Arrivals program known as DACA. And this being an election year, it's hard to predict what will happen, but staff is expecting an infrastructure package sometime before the end of the year, as this has been high on the administration's priority list, and the president did mention a $1.5 trillion package during his recent State of the Union address. On the state side, Governor Brown released his proposed budget for 2018 and 19. The proposed budget calls for a $190.3 billion spending plan. Of that, just about $132 billion comes from the state's general fund. This is a $6.6 billion or 5.3% increase over last year. In addition to the general fund spending, a required payment of $1.5 billion is meant to be toward the rainy day fund, and the governor has proposed a supplemental payment of $3.5 billion. By the end of 2018-19, the rainy day fund would reach 10% of the general fund revenues. This is the constitutional limit, maximum limit on its balance. In a bit of irony, the state would then have to spend more money in order to save more money. Speaking of spending, there is a big rumor going around the Capitol that the Big 11 mayors, ranging from the city of Los Angeles down to the 11th size city of Santa Ana, will present the governor a $1.5 billion package to address homelessness in California. This would be expected to be paid for over multiple years. However, that package has not been seen yet, so it is unknown at what this would mean for Placer County. Within the Capitol, the state Senate is going through a change in Senate Pro Tem in early March. This could lead to many committee assignments and chairs changing, and that has left the Senate in a bit of a flux. Folks, don't expect the Senate to start moving bills until March at its earliest. One of the biggest issue bills from last year, Assembly Bill 1250, which would impose significant new restrictions and layers of bureaucracy designed to stop counties from contracting with nonprofits, licensed professionals, and other providers for local services, is still sitting in the Senate Rules Committee. However, this bill is not expected to move until the U.S. Supreme Court ruling comes down this summer in regards to the constitutionality of mandatory agency shop fees for union members. At that point, the bill will be expected to move quickly, and CSAC, as well as a majority of counties and nonprofits, oppose this within the state. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the platform serves as a basis for counties' advocacy efforts with the state and federal government. The county is led by the general principles that your board and boards before you have reaffirmed to continue to serve as a guide as it relates to outside influence on local control and local policy. Specific proposals within the platform are divided into 6 separate policy areas that touch on every aspect of county operations. While a majority of these proposals are carried over from previous years, there are a few new proposals that address local control, funding for services, and regulatory streamlining. Some of these include unclaimed gas tax revenue to fund agricultural programs and services, funding for health and human services, including Medi-Cal, chronic disease prevention, mental health, and substance abuse, funding for fairs and trial court security that the state has passed on to the counties, preserving our county governance structure and board authority. This is aimed at AB 1250, as well as a few bills that aim to restructure County Board of Supervisors down in Southern California. Staff does their best in trying to foresee the upcoming year in regards to the political landscape, but it is almost impossible to address everything. As such, the platform is a living document and purposely broad in nature. Staff will commit to keeping your board updated throughout this year and on any actions that have been taken, and possibly requesting further actions from your board on certain issues that have been problematic or controversial. As always, staff works with our advocates and our national and statewide associations to put Placer County and its citizens in the best position for continued success. With that, any questions?
No, thank you for your presentation. Any questions from board members? Any comments?
No, I just want to thank Joel and staff for entertaining the expanded time period with which we got to review and comment on this document. I think it's real important. I think it's one of the most important documents that we have that our public can, get their heads around, and I don't think we can get it around in a 4-day time span. So understand that was the only concern that I had, is that people have the opportunity to digest the material before we vote on it. So,
thank you.
And with that, staff will commit to, in the upcoming 2019 platform, to get it to your board as early as possible.
All right, the board's being asked to approve the Placer County 2018 legislative platform and authorize staff to pursue actions and to coordinate the advocacy program. It's moved and seconded to approve the item. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any abstentions, any objections? Hearing none. The item is passed. Thank you.
Under 5.
Huh? Under 5 minutes. All right. Now we will adjourn to closed session. I'll have.
The board will now adjourn to closed session for a conference with legal counsel to discuss 3 cases pending in the U.S. District Court and 3 matters of workers' compensation claims.
All right, good. Thank you.
Yes. The board has returned from its conference with legal counsel on the litigation items listed on the agenda. In the cases of Bo Bangert versus County, Christopher Langley versus County, Brendan Coleman versus County, and Christopher Kirshner versus County, the board authorized amendment of the contracts with outside counsel Rivera and Associates and Angelo Kilday and Kilduff to amend those contracts to increase the maximum amount that can be incurred, and in also authorized amendment of the contract of Myers Nave up to a maximum amount, a new maximum amount. Those actions were taken by unanimous vote of the 4 members present. The board also had reports on 3 workers' compensation claims being adjudicated by the Workers' Compensation Appeals Board and gave direction to council. That concludes the closed session report.
And that concludes the business before the Board of Supervisors on February 6th. We are adjourned.